What is up, guys? Welcome. Good morning. Take a look here. Let's get things started. We are officially Beverlyzed. All right, we updated some words here for bingo. Here's your new. I posted on the community page as well. Obviously, we kept some words, so let's take a look. Those of you guys that are participating in the Bingo Bev Bingo, go get your link up at the top. It's pinned. Click it. Generate your card. There are some words that stay the same. Bev, we didn't go too crazy. So overrule, these are all times when Bev says one of these words, you're going to mark it off. Overruled, sustained, admit, admitted, same thing. Evidence, jury, recess, Commonwealth, defendant, expert, victim. And the reason we put the numbers in is it's just easier for us to write that number instead of having to write all these words. And so then we just want you guys to look at the word bank. 10 is victim, 11 is yes, testimony, findings, witness, record, publish, sidebar. Mr. O'Keefe, all of those have stayed the same all the way to the Miss Reed. Strike, that is new. Thank you. Now, if you hear a siren, this is the only thing that Bev will not say, but if we hear a siren during the game and you have the emoji sign siren on your scorecard, that means you want to click that off and the siren goes off.
It looks like that.
And it looks just like the sirens. It'll be on your bingo card. Going back over here, when she says the word tomorrow, that usually comes like, we'll see you tomorrow. No, approach, submitted, be seated, lights on and off. Again, when the lights go from on to off to on, whatever, if that happens during bingo, it's when they go to the Hector the projector. All right. That's going to give you a mark off.
But she has to say that, right?
No, this is these two. No, we're good.
I'm going to go in and put the emoji for lights.
Okay, that's fine. Exhibit, Jim, come on over. Over. I do want to make sure it's Beverlyzed. Over. And that's when she's asking the lawyers to come on over. Come on over instead of chambers.
It's come on over.
Oh yeah. Over. I just changed it. OV. Yeah, there we go. Come on over. All right. Just going over our words. Let me go back over here. It gets better. Exhibit, Jim. Okay, talk. In the beginning, she'll say, like, don't talk to anybody. Or at the end of the day, rather, don't talk to anybody about this. Answer. Court. She usually says, good morning, good afternoon. Reporter. When she says, Madam Reporter. Quick. All right. She says, we're going to take a quick break. All right. She says, hey, we're going to be back in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So putting in those words. Again, I Beverlyzed the fuck out of this. She doesn't say much. Courtroom, case, disregard. Just here to disregard that. Voices, that's when she says, keep your voices up. But she never tells Mr. Lally he could just do whatever the hell he wants. Next question. Wait, that's her way of telling next question, keep it moving. Report, instructions, jurors. You know how she says, I'll let them have it or they can have it. We're just going with have it. That way, regardless of the blurb she does before have it, I'll allow it. So it's just allow. Okay. Ask. Ask that question a different way. Please. Move on, Mr. Lally. That's fine. Investigations. At the end, she says, or in the beginning, have you conducted your own investigation? So again, all set. Introduce. You may step down, but we're just using step down in case she says step down. Speak. You need to speak into the mic. Speak clearly. Speak.
I put on my Boston accent for this. Lana was dying.
Rephrase. She always says folks. Number. Oh, it wasn't number. What number? Exhibit number.
Number. Just allow. Can I have that number?
Number. Again, this is for Bev's bingo. We wanted to make sure we Beverlized the hell out of this. You can catch this list right here is on my community page. Go to my channel right now. You're on it. Go to the community page. You're going to see, you could then print out your own list. We plan on having this list for a good decent amount. Until Bev gets more Beverlized. But this is your Beverlized bingo.
And you're doing a winner an hour, right?
Yeah. But this first winner, we're going to start off with a bang here. Council, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then consider it. Consider it. I'll consider it when they're doing motions. I'll consider it. I'm sorry. Slab heavy morning, but I'm loving it. I'm here for it. Let's see what else I want to show you guys. We're going to talk about the pre-election campaign report for Christopher Albert, who was just on before Julie Albert, his wife. And I'm going to show you guys who donated to this man's pre-election campaign to get Christopher Michael Albert on the select board. I got every penny that man spent. And guess where he had his meet and greet? None other than the Waterfall bar. Wow. And that bartender acts like she don't know him. They were hugging. In that. I went back and checked. They were hugging. Okay. And I'm going to hug all of you guys because I'm just so happy, you guys. I feel like I'm binging on, I'm telling you, this is better than the O.J. Simpson trial for me. And the O.J. Simpson trial, I watched that with my aunt, and we were going nuts. We were like cowbelling for days. Now I get to cowbell with all you guys. So, again, good morning. That'll wake your asses up. Bombshell reveal, Colin Albert does not have an alibi now. Boom! All right.
The door's been open.
Yeah, Bev is all about All right, guys. So go get click the link up top of it's pinned in the little chat section. Make your bingo card. And court is about to be started if Bev is not late. So let's get on over there. It's going down. It's going timber. I'm changing the words of that song. Let's make a night you won't remember. Remember the time when we fell in love. Let's go with today's trial day 9. All right, we're going to go with Court TV version. I really want to do long crime. I'm going to do the long crime version today, as per usual. Yeah. They have the best sound, I think. So we're going to give long crime the nod. There we go. Let's keep it moving. Okay, here we go. Perfect. All right, guys, what are you guys thinking? What kind of bombshells? I got some new timelines to reveal. We are on juror book. Number 9. Where's all my juror books? There she is. Let me go ahead and get the way that I want this situated. I changed some stuff up last night. Got these papers. All right. Are you from Ohio, Anna? You damn right I am. Are you from Virginia? What about the juror who Lally has his objections prepared? Objection. Yeah, that's objection. You guys, 67 times. Julie Albert got saved by the bell. They ended court early, 28 minutes early. Julie Albert is going to retake the stand, and then guess who's the heavy hitter right behind her? Boop, boop. Brian Albert, next up. Brian Albert, the homeowner. Is that who's going to be next?
I think they should just put Colin on and just call it a day. Just bring up Colin.
So again, we're going to be starting today off. Yannetti is going to be picking up where he was cross-examining and just plowing the facts of this relationship. And then remember, Julie Albert is the one that said that we're going to get him a nice gift at the end. I wonder what kind of nice, what they think is nice. So again, hello to everybody. Rumor is that Brian Albert is on after Julie. Yeah, that's what I heard too. Poor Julie. I would have been like, no, Your Honor, can we just finish this off? Like, I don't want to come back tomorrow. Like, let him pound me. Let him plow me from behind. I hope it is Brian Albert. I think it is going to be Brian Albert. I mean, who are you going to call next? I wouldn't be calling. Plowing with a motherfucking leaf blower. Had I known that we were going to be able to hear the noises of the leaf blower, I would have put in leaf blower noises. You guys, I went back and listened to the testimonies. You guys, she did say, I was just planning on leaving the Dunkin' Donuts in the car. Not even like on the stuff in the car. You're going to leave donuts in the car during a blizzard? And he's going to go out there and get his donuts? She wasn't going to leave him by the door. She's, going to go leave him in the car. But then Brian saw me and told me to come in. And then she had to change. She's like, he asked me, or not, he told me to come in. He asked me to come in. He told me to come in.
I said, I don't need to.
I don't need to.
Who says that? Who says that to somebody?
Who drives over there in a blizzard to get Dunkin' Donuts and not even see their nephew?
I don't need to come in.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Who's going to believe this shit? Let's say that it's even true. Let's say that it's even true. What a shitty tradition. I come to your place, but I leave it and I don't even see you. Talk about a really nice tradition. We also watched with Jax last night the 2006 movie called Monster House, so that we could see the Nabacraca. I swear to God, Jax was dying.
But he already saw it.
He'd already seen it, but we were telling him that somebody in court was referred to as the Nabacraca.
I said, hey, what's that guy's name? What movie is that from? He goes, why do you want to know?
Yeah.
So we looked it up.
We'll take shitty traditions for $500, Alex.
Yes.
Yeah. Talk about dysfunctional. Talk about the Talk about Dunkin' Donuts just getting free publicity over here. Karen Reed was spoiling the kids with Dunkin' Donuts. The Alberts, the Alberts spoiled their kids with Dunkin' Donuts on their birthdays.
There's more Dunkin' Donuts on corners there than Starbucks. So that just happens.
I think Dunkin' Donuts blows.
Well, it's a mass thing. It's a massive Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin'.
It's like Wahlburgers.
Oh yeah, isn't that? Yeah, it's like a. What is it? Those assholes. Was it Ben Affleck thing?
No, it's a Wahlburgers thing.
Didn't Ben Affleck do a commercial? He did.
I don't know if he
was serving Dunkin' somewhere, and people were like, "Oh my God, I think that's
Matt Damon wasn't there?
No, I know that Ben Affleck was.
Well, who cares about Ben Affleck? You just want the Wahlburgers.
He's too busy plowing J-Lo, so we don't even know. We don't even know about that.
I don't think J-Lo's getting plowed very often.
I don't think J-Lo's getting plowed. Duncan found Matt, what's up? Where's my girl Shay? I know she's in here. Could you trouble me to get 3 little ticks that they're
the gold ticks.
Yeah, can I get a gold tick? And can I get 3
You know they're taxed, right?
Can I get 3 rim jobs?
But it's really good that I know what you mean when you say ticks.
Beverly, you're late for a very important date. What is else? What is up? All right.
We're both wrong. Guess what they're called?
They're probably called 3-ring pins.
They're fasteners.
The fasteners? Give me some fasteners.
Take some fasteners.
Yeah, all right. So, You guys want to know who donated to? I mean, probably most of you guys already know if you're from that area, if you pulled the records. But the financial auditing of Christopher Albert and who donated to his
Oh, shoot.
and who donated to his campaign. Carrie Roberts, the guy across the street that gave us the red Solo cups, he donated. You guys, let's take a look at Hector the projector. Come on down, Hector. All right, check it out. This is Christopher Albert's financial, who donated to his path to becoming a selectman. How do you find this dirt, Elle? I don't know, man. I got nuts. I got truthers out there. Here you go. Ready? Share screen. Oh, let's go with this one. This one looks good to share. Let me know when they're coming back on. This is the pre-election campaign financial report for Christopher McAlberts. All right. So this is all the stuff he has to fill out as a form. So look at how they make the 3s and the 5s. I swear that says 2. Oh, speaking of which, I am interviewing. I forgot to tell you guys. I am interviewing somebody from the Waterfall bar today. I knew I had some good news. We're going live from the Waterfall bar today to talk to a local there, and I'm buying shots for the bartender who hopefully is working that just testified. I think she needs a shot. So here we go.
Commonwealth versus
Here we go.
Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Adam Lyles for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you guys we just ripped off a ton of words right there. Make sure you guys check out your bingo. So yes, I'm buying fireballs, by the way, in case you want to know. If you are a local, get your ass to the Waterfall bar by 4:00, right at the close. Let me make sure that my boy is all set up there. Whoopsies. Let's take a look really quick. You in town. He's got the wickedest Boston accent. I've known him for a while. And so we had bets on this. So, okay. I will show this here. But his name is Committee to Elect Chris Albert. These are his donations. Bernard Albert, Brian Albert, Brendan Albert, Chris Albert. Chris Albert donated to himself. Kevin Albert, Mike Armando, Brian Barry, Ken Berkowitz. Why didn't the defense say, didn't Ken Berkowitz donate to your financial campaign? Does the defense not have this? John Blake, Sharon Bonanno, Robert Burr, Josh Cohen. Gets better. John Connolly, William Daddis, Timothy Daly, Jill Daniels donated. Paul Deegan. Let's see. A funeral director named Brian Fitzgerald. A school teacher named Anthony Fellon. An insurance Agent Robert Gallery. Who else? Who else is worth a damn? Your UPS driver, Mark Grossman. Your funeral director, Mike Gardner. Everybody's dying over there. Financial advisor, John Gunning. John Hughes, Stephen Hughes. Peter Hennessy up in this B. Brian Hamilton. Jack Kelleher. He is the guy with the solo cups. He came out. He's involved with the police, Fairview Road, and he donated $40 to the good man. Wow. Michael Logren. Isn't he the lucky guy? He donated $100. Edward McCabe. Matt McCabe, $200. He has a something. He's a staffing company. I don't know. Robert McCarthy. Mincello. You guys know any of these names? Lucky's brother. Yeah, that's what I thought. Jim Quigley. Jim Quigley donated $100. Carrie Roberts donated $50. Oh my God. School teacher Dwight Seaman. You guys, you can't make this shit up. Dwight Seaman, school teacher, donated $500. You must be paying. That is one of the biggest donations for a single person on here. And it's a school teacher. Oh, wait, no. Chris, the owner, the business owner of a construction company named Chris Podjerski, he donated $500 too. You guys are paying your teachers really well in that area. Let's see. Let's see who else. Michael Slobin, Jen Spineless. No, I'm just kidding. Robert Sykes, Lou Tarmy, Mark Thomas. That is a construction company, pest management company. $600. Who is Mark Thomas? Come on down. He is a construction company, pest management company owner. And his name is Mark Thomas, and he donated $600 to Chris Albert. And then Chris Albert donated $795 to himself, because don't you have to make like a certain amount to be able to do this, to raise? Bridget Wade, Canton Republic Town Committee. Bob Wade. I don't see your good buddy. Oh, wait, he's dead. John O Keefe donating here. Where is the Turtle Boy? Did he donate? No. What do you guys? That's Jill Thomas' husband. I have all the names though. We'll show you guys. Turtle Boy in the journalist gallery. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's wearing the. Oh my God, he's got a cop right behind him. There it is. He's got his laptop up. He's going with the white and black look. There you go. Oh, John O'Keefe's dad's not there today. I wonder who the guy is next to Paul. What was Chris Albert's duty as selectman? I don't know. I think he's still a selectman. You can ask him. Police officer Brendan Albert. Brendan Albert is a police officer where? Brian Albert, 34 Fairview Road. When I saw Ken Berkowitz on here, and I saw the guy with the red solo cups donating, I about died. And so the financial, though, let me tell you what he then did. Then he put his Schedule B, which is expenditures, and he wrote off, so it says, you can write off, it says, Schedule B expenditures attachment is available to complete, print, and attach this report. If additional pages are required to report all expenditures, please include your committee name and page number on each page. So it says here that you want to put them in alphabetical order, which he did not pay any attention to. So please list in alphabetical order all expenditures over $50 in a reporting period. Committees must keep detailed accounts and records of all expenditures, but need only itemize those over $50. So anything under $50, don't worry about it. Expenditures $50 and under may be added together from committee records and report on line 13. Okay, which he didn't do. Now, he didn't follow the instructions on to put them in alphabetical order, and he has 7 expenditures. Ready? The Canton Citizen, which is advertisement, $150. Ponkapolki Civic something, 17 Greenbrier Road. It is a hall rental for a fundraiser, $623. Who has ever gotten a bill from a hall rental where it's been something like that? Like it's like either, okay, 625, 623. Interesting. Now, Chris Albert himself wanted to be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses for meet and greet. $980 he wanted to be reimbursed for a out-of-pocket expenses for meet and greet. That's all it says, $980. Then he says Chris Albert, partner for promos, car magnets, koozies, and he wants to be reimbursed $1,088.08. Lawn signs, Spectrum Print plus lawn signs reimbursement, $1,800 he spent in lawn signs. Chris Albert, Spectrum Print plus lawn signs. He got more lawn signs for $1,565. And then none other than Chris Albert wants to be reimbursed for his Waterfall Bar and Grill reimbursement for food and beverage at meet and greet. So your meet and greet, buddy, cost you $969, and then you spent $980. It says reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses for meet and greet. But then the beverage part and the food was not. So you spent $800 for a meet and greet. Are you out of your fucking mind? Did you can't get people to donate? That's how shitty of a fundraiser you are. Make. Anyways, welcome to Truth and Transparency, where we slay it and rail it. Thank you so much for making everybody turn green, or more people anyways. LA has been gifted to the rest of the community 5 to the transparency memberships. I do appreciate that. That's awesome. LA says, this is the longest relationship I've had in a while. Damn, that's awesome. I feel privileged. I got white privilege over here. And then Gypsy Girl making somebody turn green out there. Thank you, love. Appreciate you guys. Carrie Roberts used to run the Civic Center and once told on John's niece and nephew when their mom was dying that they were swimming at the pool without paying their dues and made them get out. What a selfish bitch. That's ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Sidebar. We're back at it. All right, guys, here we go. Whew.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. About to say the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar. So we made you wait, but in the long run, it's speed things up and to make things go more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, the court officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. All right, so I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here?
No, she's at the hospital. You guys go check it out. The word bank. The word bank is pinned. The word bank is pinned in my community section. So please go check that out. Print it off.
The evidence gives the court and jury in the case now again should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Rarely.
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
There you go.
Not daily. Not daily. Not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day. I would.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay, but my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
We have a bingo. We have a bingo. Let's check it out.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No,
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Nothing like a nice
Michael
bukkake.
Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall.
What
I don't remember.
did take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
I may have a moment.
All right.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach Sean?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach.
Yes.
She's watching Turtle Boy too much. She
Is
called
that
him
a question of
bukkake.
memory about those two phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
Wow.
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister.
My sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move on.
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside.
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about a year and a half or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time. She was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to stop you for one
Yes.
second.
Sidebar. I don't know what it's about. I'm going to stop you right there. Again, congratulations. We did have a bingo winner there. You guys like how I beverlized that for you. You be getting that cash out. We'll start the
thank
new
you,
game.
I believe you testified that you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
he said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party.
yes,
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
correct. Yes,
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the Waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes,
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes,
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
correct.
He was not out with you at the Waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
yes,
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep, around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes,
But Colin was not.
he was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes,
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
that's the time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time at 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the Waterfall Gully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion of 12.
Oh, the sirens. But we're not in a game right now. They're the sirens. We're going to be picking up bingo here at the top of the hour at 10 a.m. We already had one winner today. Let's see if we can go 2 for 2.
We may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Shutting the lights off. That would have got you another one there. It's going down. It's going down.
I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again. Now, I believe you've testified that the Waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the Waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the Waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery.
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the time. Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you can run that, Mr. Bates.
I think they're doing the sirens on purpose. Be a nice way to break things up for her to breathe a little bit. So I'm gonna do a FOIA request and see who was making any phone calls that there would be sirens needed to be going off. How about that? Let's play a little with them. Let's play a little. So I can go ahead and make a FOIA request to see all the 911 calls that were called in during the during this time period. That'll cut that bullshit.
I am going to direct your, do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. You can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14 then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes,
He didn't have a car that night.
he did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in I don't know.
All right, so your testimony would be you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at,
Mhm.
Given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate because
It could have.
Okay, but in any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right, and you share a bedroom with your husband.
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when
That's an inconsistency.
he came into the bed to go to sleep?
He said he went to the
I was
bathroom.
sitting
and
up in
brushed
bed,
his teeth.
yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you, and you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
I was
Well,
praying.
yeah, the migraine headache, I would imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get
Waiting
better.
for it to kick in.
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 1210 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law, Brian, and your sister-in-law, Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene.
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's
Brian?
in the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Going back to good old Exhibit 8, this is where they show the house. And he's going to ask, what do you mean when you say the side door? He's going to have her point to the side door.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes,
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
yes,
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
yes,
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
yes,
And you were over to this area?
Yeah.
yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes,
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
This
yes,
is amazing.
Fair to say, that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
yes,
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having, been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
yes,
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes, in other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you.
yeah,
And to the left is the library.
right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight. And as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the lights on. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
If this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes?
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes,
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
yes,
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes,
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Michael Proctor, correct?
correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why
They
is that
just looked through
sustained?
it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes,
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
correct,
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
correct,
You didn't see her swaying.
correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No,
She was not slurring her words.
no,
She was not talking gibberish.
no,
She was engaging in normal conversation,
yes,
and she held the conversation perfectly fine.
yes,
She appeared to be under control, correct?
yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
Oh,
You
thank
didn't
you
see
for your
any
word.
tension between them, correct?
No,
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
yes.
And that included John and Karen, from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the Waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes,
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th. And you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I don't recall my interview with a murder of your friend. You
I
don't
have no
recall
further
your
questions. Thank you.
interview. Fuck yeah, he just got
Just
toe
break down.
tagged.
Morning, Ms. Allen.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster, me personally.
That was a good question.
When you went over to your in-law's house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No. No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh.
Stand up.
She says, okay. Yannetti wants to get something in here. He wants to see if the door has been open for something, and we'll see what's up, because you always want to leave a little something back, because you know he's going to redirect. So you want to recross. And so she'll give him some questions to be able to recross here on. But what a horrible rehabilitation. Horrible rehabilitation. I will give him this. You do walk faster when it's cold. Okay. But sometimes you just can't walk faster because it's icy, and, you know, it's one thing if it's just cold. Those are conditions in the snow though. So you're going to walk faster when it's cold. I would agree. Because you want to get the hell out of the cold. But if you are physically impaired to do that based on what was on the ground, then that's different. And that's what I would be saying is that, but I would have asked if she paid for Dunkin' Donuts in cash, or did you pay in a debit card? Did you pay for those donuts with a cash or a debit card? Jessica says Dunkin' app. And there you go. Did you go to the drive-thru? Did you go inside? I don't believe that she went to Dunkin' Donuts. He asked her about when she was there, you guys know she was there, and if she's going to say that she was there for 45 minutes to an hour, then she would have been there and present when Link and Gallagher arrived. And on Gallagher's testimony, he said that there was 5 or 6 people in there. So that would make sense that it would be Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Nicole Brian Higgins, and then her. Okay.
Morning recess. You're actually. You're
What up,
testing
Nikki's
the
mama? Shake that.
Thank you.
Right, so that.
Shake
let's
that.
let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer break.
They got him
So
coffee and Dunkin'.
Surprise the jury. Fold your notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
Karen's like, God, is this gonna take forever?
Jury coming out there.
All right, so we're in our morning recess. Oh, wow. All right. Oh my goodness, stretch guys. Well, this is a great time to go ahead and give Dunkin' Donuts a call over there in Canton for all of you guys to hear. And I'm going to ask them if they keep receipts back from 2020. So Dunkin' Donuts, Canton, Mass. Shake that. Okay, we got a Dunkin' Donuts on Fullerton, Canton. Let's give him a call and ask.
How can I help you?
Hi, is Ben Affleck working today?
Who?
Ben Affleck, is he doing your guys' commercials over there today?
Yeah, he's coming at 2:00.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a serious question though. But do you guys have your computer system that if I was able to give you the date and timestamp that you'd be able to? I think that my boyfriend was cheating on me, and he bought this fucking hoe some donuts in the morning after I caught him, and I want to be able to prove it in my divorce case.
Actually, our monitors haven't been working, or our cameras haven't been working.
Okay, but that would be back like this. I'm talking about like back in 2022. So would you be able to go back that far or no?
I don't think so, but you can try to call the corporate office and see if they can do that.
Okay, because I want to slam this bastard. He's a piece of shit. So
You should.
fucking asshole. So you just want me to call corporate? Do you have like a number for them or anything?
I don't have one. You might call back tomorrow and ask for Kai. She might be able to help you. She's the general manager. I don't know. She might be able to give you better information than I can.
Okay, her name's Kai.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tomorrow,
you're such a sweetheart. Call in the morning.
Yes.
Okay, baby. Thank you so much.
Have a beautiful day.
Okay,
Bye.
you too, babe. That's how you get shit done around these pieces. All right. Well. Well, guys, we are in biz. So we're going to call corporate and we're going to see if we can get this Dunkin' Donut receipt of these 6 Donskers. Because even if she paid cash, they would still have the register, to see, okay, I just want to see what was bought between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. by a Julie or Chris debit card Albert. All right, corporate. Make my notes over here. What do you guys think? And we're going to talk to good old Kai. Anybody know Kai? Anybody know Kai out there? Getting shit done over here. I mean, wouldn't you just have her toe tagged if she didn't go to Dunkin's? I would think that they would have already looked into this, but you never know. You never know. How you like me now? How you like me now? What are they taking? Oh, look at there's Turtle Boy. They're putting the camera on Turtle Boy. Who's the girl that's in the matching suit? They look like they're the walking billboard for Lady in Pink. Look at that. Who's the lady? Who's the lady in the pink with the pink shirt? Is she a courtroom affiliate? Don't even tell me that's Plan B. Lady. Oh, Leanne became a new member. All right. You guys, I think it was the best one-liner right there where she just says, "We got you guys some coffee and donuts." Well, that's the least you guys can do for them. With all the fuckerage that's going on. Like, come on, can we get through this case? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. What have you missed so far? Oh, is that Gretchen? Ooh. Is it her? Okay, Bev. So is Bev back? Are they back from their break? You guys do know that I ordered a Bev bobblehead, right? Did you guys see? Go to my community page, check it out. You can go create them. This motherfucker cost me $99, but it's worth it because it's gonna be a trophy. Okay, I'm treating it as a trophy. So it's for me to reminisce of the court cases that I cover. I'm gonna start making bobbleheads of the judges. Those are my trophies, you know. But $99 for Bev. And then you guys know it's Mother's Day weekend, so I want to give a shout out to all of the mothers that watch my channel. You guys are amazing. Know that. And I got a love coupon booklet here. I want to share with you what the schools are teaching our kids to give to their moms. It's my love coupon. So at any point when I'm just feeling that I need a hug, I just rip it off. There's my hug. Up, set the table. Oh, mom's little helper. Ooh, wonder what that gets me. Special favor. Tell a story. Clean room. I don't even need that coupon. He keeps it tidy up there. He asked me to make him a video, by the way, guys. If I would record and do like a cribs video for his room. This kid's smart. Pick up toys, Aaron, and a happy day. So all of you guys that are moms out there, get yourself a love coupon. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms for this weekend celebrating. You guys rock, and thank you for being here. The court is on break. I'm gonna take a hot second break here. I'm gonna try to get corporate's number because you know if there's anybody that can get to the bottom of that Dunkin' Donuts receipt, it's right her. It's right her. We're gonna get it. All right, guys, welcome back. Woohoo. They got to be returning here any minute. Otherwise, I'm boycotting. All right, so check this out. There could be a possibility to be Nicole, Caitlin, and Tristan that comes on before Brian Albert. So, so we'll see what the Commonwealth does here. But we're looking at if he's going to stay on this path of the people that were out that night and then over at that house. We're looking at Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris came over there to pick her, Caitlin Albert up allegedly, and then Brian Albert, obviously the homeowner, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinston, Julian Nagel, and then Ryan Nagel came to try to pick her up, his sister Julie. Richard D'Antonio was the one that was driving the F-150. Heather Maxon was in that vehicle as well. Colin Albert. So I'm curious to see if they're really going to go through all of these people. It's very, very interesting. When we would be getting to the niece potentially would be after Jen and Matt McCabe is Kaylee. And now that's really interesting to me because that's going to play on the jury. So if they're thinking that they're going to have the McCabes who are about to get blasted, right? And then you're going to back that up with now you're going to go and play the sympathy card, and then you're going to put the niece on Kaylee. It's very, very interesting. And you're breaking up Jen and Matt McCabe's testimony with Kaylee, and then you're going to go to Carrie Roberts. And then after Carrie Roberts, and we're going to get into like the investigators with, MSP. Jessica Hyde is the phone extraction expert. We might be hearing from a phone extraction expert. I don't know, maybe week 3. Is this the closing of week 2? I doubt it, though. The rate that we're going right here, guys, there is no way in heck this trial's going to be done in 6 or 7 weeks. So, is the niece against Karen? Well, I wouldn't want to say like against anything, but the niece is supposedly going to be testifying that there was fighting. Ted Daniels reporting that break caused by Lally requests have Turtleboy removed from courtroom. Are you serious? Matt Lyons just wrote and said that Ted Daniels is reporting that break was caused by Lally requesting to have Turtleboy removed from the courtroom.
That's freaking.
I don't know if that's true.
No.
Oh wait, is she back? Hold on.
I'll check.
Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Karen McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, he
Timothy
says,
Bradle on behalf of non-party Aiden Carney, who for the record.
Oh my
is
God,
present in
listen.
court.
Does Mr. Carney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So, Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, so.
If I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I
Sure.
do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
Sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress.
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. but I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor, Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2.
Yes!
Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here.
Mm-hmm.
All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is again trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
Okay. So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so, but I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond. Okay. All right.
This is unprecedented.
Your Honor, very shortly,
This is
very
fucking
simply put,
history.
this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter has been adjudicated twice. Mr. Carney has the right to
So what,
speak
bitch?
on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He
Oh
is
my
not in
God.
any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Carney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Carney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Carney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradel?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's
I
testimony,
knew she was going to say
I'm
that.
going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion.
I agree with
Julie
that.
Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
at the
right,
same address.
it's for the same reason, so Brian Albert Jr.
I agree because I
All
don't
right,
want
so
her
those are my
to.
findings, Mr. Bradle.
I don't want this.
It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay? All right, thank you for being here. All right. All right,
So right there,
I'll take a short recess.
Turtle
We
Boy's
can bring
being
counsel back in and
escorted
Ms.
out.
Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Get over there. Turtle Boy has to leave. Turtle Boy's First Amendment rights just violated. You guys, this is all I'll say is this is just stuff that you don't see every day because it's unprecedented. I stand by First Amendment. I also understand that he has been indicted for witness intimidation of those people. So I think it's a fair thing to say, okay, you're not going to be in here when those people are testifying because we don't want those people to be able to say, I couldn't testify because Turtle Boy was mean mugging me. Okay. But let him be in there when when they're not testifying. Okay. And so I think what she tried to do there is she tried to make a fair and reasonable, she's protecting herself on appeal. I'm going to look this up, but he's innocent until proven guilty of those. Just because you're accused of it doesn't mean that you did it. So I think that they would win on appeal because of that. I think that she's just trying to, she said it. My goal is to make sure that Miss Reed is having a fair trial. Okay. And I can't believe that we've wasted all of this time. But you see how the Commonwealth works. You see how the government works, you guys. They're not out to like, here, let's just make everything right. We're gonna serve like they went behind the backs, like Tim just said. Why are you serving on May 8th, summit of the AP? Have you lost your fucking minds? I mean, you don't serve my client, or you don't serve. What's going on here? I didn't even know this. So that's the stuff that I can't stand. If you're so right, nothing needs to be secretive or behind my back or anything like that. Be a man. Be a woman. Own your fucking ass, man. Own it. Here, I'm going to do this. This is, yep. I don't need to do anything behind. Fuck you. I don't got to do all that. I'm right. You're wrong. Here you go. You know? Or if you're doing it for the right reasons. Listen, Turtle Boy, we don't want any problems. Okay? We want you to be in there. We don't want you to be in there when these people are testifying. Okay? And then if I'm the defense, if I'm Karen Reed in her defense team, like we're trying to get our mojo going, okay? Like this is highly distracting, okay? This is highly, highly distracting. We're trying to get a good, flow mojo, and you got I'm just hoping that these guys are doing stuff for flat rates, okay? Because this is insanity. This is just, they can't be getting paid hourly. If they're getting paid hourly, this is insanity. Because this is going to take forever, guys. I'm going to be doing Karen Reed until the end of the summer.
Let me just remind everyone of the Daybell and the Chad Daybell case. When that lawyer came a couple of weeks ago and wrote this seriously ridiculous motion and said he was representing the defendant and had to be heard because it's a motion he put in, he was then charged. The judge charged him for the hour however long it took for both sides to hear him because he distracted from the trial.
Mm-hmm.
And so that lawyer had to pay both sides fees. So, I mean, that could be something that a judge can put in.
This is, I've never seen anything like it, but I think it's truly distracting. So hopefully we're going to get back into it. We've been running for 2 hours and 15 minutes and 59 seconds. And we've heard from fucking Julie Albert since I've started this feed. And it's just like, and we just heard this shit. I mean, it's going to be all over the news. And
as someone with a journalist degree, a journalism degree. I just feel like, yes, our First Amendment, it would affect our First Amendment completely. But I think that when you're a journalist, you have to conduct yourself, if you want to be in a professional setting, professionally. That's all. Or just don't cry when you make your bed.
They'll come back and go to lunch. All right, guys, we're going to take our lunch break here. She's got to push this lunch break to 1. But how about Grant? Let's talk about Grant. Did you guys see that twerker? He was twerking back there. You can call it tweaking out, but I'm going to go with my son's word. And he like, Mom, totally twerking.
In court?
Yeah, wait till I'm going to rewind back here. You can see him in the background. There he is. Look at him. Here he's got his arms crossed, but wait. Wait, where's he?
So
dancing.
Mr.
Look at him.
Carney.
Look at him.
And you know, this is where the court needs to.
Oh God, unreal. Anyways, you guys can rewind it, take a look at it. He's twerking and tweaking back there. Okay. He's like DJing. Like he looks like he's like me, and I'm in there. You guys, even his stickers were dancing. I just couldn't even believe that his laptop that he chose to bring in there were the ones with all that sticker shit. That's distracting to me. I'm writing Judge Canone, and I'm going to say, because I'm going to have ex parte communication, which has to be given to both sides. And I'm going to say, as a journalist who is covering this, it is beyond distracting to have a man dancing in the gallery, okay, while he's beatboxing on his laptop with all these stickers. It looks like a fucking 4-year-old's in there. All right. So what are we going to do about this? I want him drug tested because it looks like he's rolling on some acid up in that motherfucker. And
Acid.
yeah, that's what I said. He looks like he's rolling up in there.
Rolling would be Molly.
I don't know. He's doing something because that is not normal behavior.
You can tell Lana doesn't take drugs.
I don't take any drugs. Fuck, I'd be the worst person if someone's like, hey, do you think they're on drugs? Huh? Sure, yeah, I don't know.
Rolling on acid.
Is that what you're rolling on acid?
No, you're tripping.
Tripping on acid, rolling, tripping. Isn't it the same thing?
No, rolling's Molly.
I'm rolling on. Oh yeah, you know what? That's what the guys from New England, they got in trouble for. I'm a huge Pats fan. I love the Patriots. Huge Tom Brady, Gronk, Edelman, and Edelman went to the Kentucky Derby the one year, and they were down there popping mollies. And I'm like, oh, hells. Bill Belichick had a field day with that. Oh, that's the dynasty. That should have been the Browns team, man. Really upsets me. Stickers and cannabis related. Gronk. Yeah. So playing Fortnite takes some movement. Yeah, he's doing something back there. Y'all saw it first, right? Though, right here. Like, check this guy out one more time for the cheap seats.
All the proper channels.
There he is with his little mouse.
He
Look at him.
Not in any way
Crosses his
wants
hands.
to or is trying to boxing a seated juror. That is false.
Here he goes.
Mr. Carney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged.
Wait, he
There's
is way more
absolutely
into
no
it back here.
was what we addressed.
There he goes. There he
Judge
goes.
Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number 2, litigation number 2. This has been established.
Is that
Mr. Carney
he's supporting the
followed
gays,
all
though?
proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with.
Oh, no, it's, hold on. That's not what I'm saying. We're back on.
You are unmuted. All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
Here we go. All right. Who are we calling here? Who we got coming up here? Up, here we go. Oh shit.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case narrated is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh god, here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, Albert.
And where do you live?
Norwood,
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
about a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton,
How long had you lived in
my whole life.
Canton? Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road,
We got a breather.
And how long did you live at that house?
about 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes,
What's your husband's?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police,
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
about 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin,
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr.
Sirens.
does he live
It's your
with you?
sirens.
Now,
There is no way there's many calls in Canton. All right, I am calling.
your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military,
And which branch is he?
the Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Recall that day?
Mhm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2020.
She just said she recalled that day.
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
And around that date, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And
She said 23rd
coming up
birthday.
to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed?
Julie didn't even
Well,
know what
the
year it
forecast
was.
was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you at that time already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law, Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And do you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
In a New York minute. Woo.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Kansas
I
to New York?
believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law, Julie, picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45. And we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend, Tristan, were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else?
Chris said Tristan arrived later.
I believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the Waterfall. When you get to the Waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
Julie said that she picked
And
up
as
and
far
Caitlin went with
as,
them.
drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
No law with the claw.
Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, if anyone else came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little. Oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe after, so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple, and then Chris came in, and then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O Keefe.
And how did you, or did you know John O Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
At one point, John walked towards me and my daughter at the table and said, hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything? And we said, no, thank you. I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned, or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what Chris was going to do or where to go after leaving the Waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight, if on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, you know, if you want to do that, come by and do that. And she was like, okay, you know, and then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff and I got
Do
ready
you
to
see
leave.
them
It may
doing
have
this
been mentioned
story,
at the
this
table, but
narrative?
I had no idea, you know, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12, 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the Waterfall back to your house on this?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the Waterfall and were sort of, you know, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major, just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the Waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, oh, hey, you know, what are you doing here? And he said, oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here. I said, oh, okay.
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really, no.
Recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. You know, initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to, it was, you know, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
He was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? or anything
No, it's
separate?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
ADL, like,
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after, before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of comes?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home, about how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from Waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband have both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just kind of moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of the house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
And,
So that has to be a yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, a couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the Waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the Waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, After your daughter, Caitlin gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, you know, shut the lights and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing, we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times, like the last person in was supposed to lock it. But then, you know, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster so a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning on the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30-ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how
They
was it
had
that
sex
you-
that night, remember,
wake up?
guys?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children, something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. Your second.
All right, next question.
If I may? Can we approach?
Okay.
This is getting so good. This is juicy juice. Ah! Guess who's going to be doing the cross? We're going to hear right there. There she is. That is Alan Jackson's right hand. She is super smart. Miss Little.
Partner.
She is. She's a partner. And you know what? It's kind of perfect because she's going to come off as she's not going to be like, I think that this woman, she has loose lips. She likes to gab. This woman right here likes to gab, which is a problem on the stand. Gabbing is a problem. You don't want gabbers on the stand. I mean, you do if you're the defense, but prosecution witnesses, God, you're just like, answer the question, only answer my question. That is not this type of witness. She's a gabber.
But she has been told to only answer questions because.
Yeah, and she can't do it though. She keeps wanting to go and go. She wants to get this narrative out. Now, let's recall this really quick. She says she has 5 children. 2 of them are, the twins, but Caitlin, 28, 25 to 20-year-olds, things like that. Now, I have a problem because everybody has said that Brian Albert Jr., it was either his 21st, 22nd, or 23rd birthday. Nobody knows how old the motherfucking kid is. Here, we're back at it.
Sorry, Aaron, 1 minute.
He's like, you got this shit. I got you. I got you, and you got this shit. I got you, and you got
Be
this
back
shit.
up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she said some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on, what is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, you know, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the Waterfall? And I'm like, you know, what do you mean? How could he be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
So he just walked in? The cop just walked in
so
without
that
being
front
asked?
foyer would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank? Are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of
That's
pushed
not
it
what-
open,
that's not
looked
what Good
out,
said.
and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, you know, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys?
This is amazing.
And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
Remember, Matt didn't come until after.
45 minutes.
45
Maybe,
minutes,
I'm not
yes.
exactly sure.
Yes.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Up, see how she got that
Now,
in because she realized she's like, oh
after
fuck.
the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
All right, guys, this is wild. Okay, so she's saying here that when they talked to that officer, it was 45 minutes. Lang said that it was, obviously it was quick. It wasn't that long. He'd gone in there and then he had to go back in after he saw that Matt McCabe came there. She's saying that Matt McCabe was there on the first time swapping this. She's getting everything confused right here. This is your little, I think this could be a weak link opportunity here. But it's really hard to remember lies. It's really hard to remember things that are lies. But it also is really hard to remember things like this has been 2 years. But guys, when you're talking about something that like this, she's telling a story. She's telling a story versus answering the questions.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
What about her sister?
And you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
What
And
about
do you know
Julie?
about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38. And maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30. I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And
This is going to be good.
what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, "Oh."
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another
This
question.
is so
sorry.
scripted.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
She said about
Not
45
sure.
minutes.
So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Ms. McKay bursting into your bedroom?
What about the cops coming back?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the Waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th and the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was, you know,
Now, at any one time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
What size are these vehicles? I want someone to say whose car is this and whose car is that. So let's get some pictures of these video, like of these cars at
Mr.
the
Albert, I'm
house.
placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Okay, here we go. 8 photographs.
view them, and then just look up whenever you.
Are these already in evidence?
Fair enough. And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
What are the exhibit markers? Come on, let's go. Mock these motherfuckers.
Can you please mock those?
Mock them.
With the court's permission.
Hold on. We need to mark these.
They're not pre-mocked. Come on, and then show, and then with the court's permission, publish these motherfuckers so that I can get a pic. You guys, feel free to order Freaky Fast Jimmy John's. Today's live is sponsored in part by Twisted Tea, taking down the Jimmy John. I usually go for the turkey tom minus the tomatoes, add cucumbers, and sprinkle that motherfucker with oregano. Where's your dog, Chloe? What family did Chloe go to? Did you see any paw prints? Did you let Chloe out the back? Did Chloe need to take a shit that morning? So what time do you normally let your dog out?
How many were there, Ms. Talali?
8.
8.
Do you listen to Bab? Do you even listen?
Thank you.
May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Thank you there, J Latina. Did a little dance for you. Here we go. Let's get these exhibits going, baby. Pumping them. Shake to that. Oh, you guys don't have Jimmy John's? I'll tell you all about Jimmy John's. Freaky Fast. When is your divorce final, Nicole?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes. Bev's like, yes. Yes. Oh, God, I love trials. I really love trials. I love cross-examination. I got to tell you my story. You guys want to see me in court? You guys want to see me light somebody up on the stand?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. Okay.
Jurors, feel free to just hug each other. Oh. Karen Reed's laughing about something. They're gonna put that on. That's going up as an image. I'm gonna use that image, and they're gonna say something nasty about it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Albert, what I'm showing here is what's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 60, 63, and 64.
Okay, 58 through 63,
Direct your attention to this one, what's the laser pointer.
56 through.
Okay.
Your Honor, with court's permission, first I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
Told you 58.
So we'd go to,
That's what we're about to see. So she's going to start with exhibit 58 here. 58.
And again,
58.
Ms. Albert, do you
Lights were
recognize
turned
what's
off, that
up on the
counts.
screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house,
Mhm.
where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the garden?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did.
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation.
Do you
to
see
the
how
house,
far
that
they're
part
trying to
of the
make
yard
everything?
was
Do you see what they're trying to do to the
utilized by
jury?
family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that, is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded
Ooh.
curb.
Ooh, she said rounded.
Now,
Ooh, he wanted her to say sharp.
with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't
No.
really see it
No.
in the picture, no. But I mean,
Dumbass.
it's would be over here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mhm.
Gentlemen, if I could have that one up on.
it's 59 now.
Why? What
Again, Ms.
the?
Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
Yeah, yep.
And from this photograph, you see now sort of the driveway and where that is.
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles would talk?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Don't worry, guys. The jury's already been
Yes.
to the house.
Just
They're
correct if
seeing
you
what
could
we're
read the
seeing.
Number that's on that photograph now.
These lying shit bags.
60?
60 cents.
And
Okay.
again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct? Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention to this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
at? So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. I just need a picture really quick.
Three up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Number 64.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On face. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah. The side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep. That door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time in January, or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles
Holy
go
shit.
in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so
They had 3.
if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get 1 or 2 of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, of this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. Not sure if we had maybe put mine in there. Because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach John?
Yeah.
You already did.
So messy.
He's the messiest. He's so unorganized, man.
Okay.
Anything about what number for us to like take note. Get on your game.
He needs to go suck some.
Now, in addition,
She's about to look.
let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog.
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She's a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Who drove to Texas?
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned From the waterfall to your home.
She just
where-
referred to her
where
dog
was
as
the
an it, not
Well, the
she.
dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How was that? Was the dog
Well,
lead
she
to it?
pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is it
Like-
a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, like just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the back.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. About how long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022 that you
We moved in April of 2023.
and if any plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out.
This is gonna be
We weren't
great.
going to be able to stay in that house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. So we said, maybe now's the time we should put it on
Couldn't
the market
afford
and see
it.
what happens.
Why would
So I think
happen?
in November, December,
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2020?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
May I have 1 moment more?
Yes.
This jury has to be beyond confused. They're like, what does any of this have to do with anything?
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, here we go. Ah! Let's go, little baby!
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from, say, 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yes. Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay.
Was that normal? They're fighters.
Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
May I approach you for the recorder?
Yeah, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes. That's
Okay.
correct.
So what are you doing with
Should we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just going. Okay.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
So Miss Little was right
Exhibit
when she wanted it marked.
53,
Thanks.
Your Honor.
Thanks.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Yeah, so Miss Little was right. Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification. Thank you. All right,
Slam
so
'em.
now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Perfect.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to tell.
Over the other individual who's sitting right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spot-
sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
She's
So this
laughing.
type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
So
My
they-
question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
She's so defensive.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Yes. Look at, well, this is amazing. This is so strategic. Bella called this, give credit where credit is due. Bella said, listen, I think that this is what's going on. And if Bella wants to explain it to us all, she should. Because I was like, what do you think? Listen, we have jurors that are from Canton, from that area, from that county. Alan Jackson goes in there as an LA pricey, high class, blah, blah, blah. If you use with the Alberts, a local like Yannetti is, okay, then you got Yannetti going at, so it's local, okay? And then here you use, so the jury's gonna like that. The jury's not gonna think that it's some bully attorney, okay, on our people, okay? It's gonna look blood for blood. We're all from the same county, okay, same area. Now you put then Little against here, the Albert woman, and she literally was probably like, whew, a sigh of relief. I'm not getting the bulldog. I'm not getting, one of the two guys that's going to try to look, it's going to come across for the jury that they were bullying her. You go girl for girl, like Camellia did to Amber motherfucking Heard. Now we talking. This is strategic right here. And you got to give credit where credit's due. And the defense team strategically put Alan on the side and coached his own team with the questions you're going to ask. But we're going to make this look so good in front of the jury that it's a female
Albert,
and
your
she's going to be so
husband has
defensive.
boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the Waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14.
Here we go, baby.
If you could pause.
Okay. Who's that?
This video,
No, I don't.
Keep playing a little bit more.
do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know
That's-
this is not the best
That's
video, so
you.
I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't
That's-
recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right. So this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor.
Or just play more.
You could play just for a little bit longer.
Thank you. There she goes.
Could pause.
Who's that?
Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Okay.
And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
It's
I
a
don't.
it's a glass.
You could play just a little bit more.
It's a fucking glass.
Robert, do you see that you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video?
Wait, it's a can? Is that a White Claw?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She has a White Claw. White Claw, not a glass, White Claw. Difference, huge difference, but this is what they normally do.
You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
You recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct?
Yeah.
But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
She's so defensive. She keeps going. I'm like, no.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you watched the
In
news
your
in this
mind,
case?
a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Okay. Rephrase it.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Okay, this is so good. She's coming off as being hostile, argumentative.
Where did your
defensive.
husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
He couldn't
You haven't
have.
discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Reed couldn't have done what they
You
said. This is
testified
awesome.
earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his friend, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention. But I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him leave?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There are actually two individuals who are injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was two women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were two women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Look at that look. Look at that look.
Sure.
Look at that look. God, this was so strategic. She is just getting fucking blasted. Oh my God. Nicole Alberts, she's taking right and left body blows. Then Liza just clubbed her with the left. Oh. She is just taking body shots after body shots. Liza's got her sticking around. She's going to TKO her here in a second. This is insane right now. Talk about some... Damn. So the dog is in Vermont. Vermont. Free Chloe. Oh, hails bells. Well. Let's show you guys something. We won't even go there. We won't even go there yet. We won't even go there yet. All right. The Ford Edge.
Hey, I sent you the bingo. She got a bingo check.
Is it good? record. Morning, please. Defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was,
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes,
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
no,
You didn't hear a crash. Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
sorry, no,
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
no,
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay,
Do you recall that?
yes,
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
mm-hmm,
You remember that sort of line of questioning?
yeah,
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection, is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
Shut the fuck up,
You were very
motherfucker!
specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially, when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And you
they were.
told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right,
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
Is that right? But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
yes,
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
they could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps?
Yes! Yes!
Poorly worded question, I will rephrase it.
Mm.
When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
I told you guys this was coming uncrossed. We went the steps. Ready? Here,
You
I told you.
testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 34 Fairview first, correct?
Yes,
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Mhm. yes,
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter Caitlin, correct?
yes,
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
yep,
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lang?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Boom, boom. She told Sergeant Lang 12:15. They're gonna get toe tagged right here. She's gonna get toe tagged. I'm a toe tag a motherfucker. Right here. Brian Albert told the police, and so did she, that when they were talked to by the police around 7,
Okay, I'd like to
7:30.
direct your attention to page 2 of the supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Yes. Just go ahead, please report.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
What is there to approach? You know exactly what the fuck is coming, Lally. You don't know your reports. You don't know what police report. It's very simple. It's in the police report. Brian Albert and Julie Albert, right here, husband and wife, were interviewed at the same time in the comfort of their own fucking home. And then they said that their daughter, they listed anybody that was there that night. Okay. And then they said, oh, well, our daughter was here, but she left like at 12:15. So when we were arriving, she was leaving because her boyfriend picked her up. Her boyfriend picked her up. So she left at 12:15. Then to the federal grand jury, or she said 2 a.m. Here's 2 a.m.
Ms. Little, maybe you can clarify that.
Sure. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here,
Down at 7? Or,
actually, this section right here,
Okay.
the second paragraph to the bottom. And you
mhm.
don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor?
D-
What do you want me to clarify?
Ms.
My
Albert,
question-
this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct?
Yep.
So
With
is it in?
Sergeant Lang on January 29th, is that right?
Yes, the morning of.
Thank you.
So she was basically saying, what are you looking at right now?
Yes, yeah.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lang that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
I do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lang was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
It was. Nobody was. Things are about to get crazy. Friends and
Is that what you
family.
deny saying that to Sergeant Lang?
I don't believe I said that.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes.
In his
But
notes?
I've
Do
always
we have a
said,
notebook out?
and any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
In his notes, I would ask
So
that.
you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that
Yes.
night. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes. Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Colin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked?
That's a fair answer. That's a fair
I
answer.
assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
That's
You
fair.
never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
See how she doesn't banter with her? So she's money. She's cash money. You don't change your course
Ms.
of
Albert,
questioning.
you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in. I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
That was so a Camellia right there. Vasquez right there. Miss Heard, you didn't
Ms.
think that
Albert,
it was.
what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
She's going to impeach her.
Okay, approach sidebar, or you?
We can
Okay.
approach,
Yes.
and that's why she's like, approach sidebar, because you don't say we when you're approaching.
Yeah, she's about to impeach her.
And here we go.
Here you go. What I think is coming right now is, remember, she said, this is what's going to come down. Remember my timeline here? Let me explain to you guys this timeline. And the timeline is that how does Jennifer McCabe get at 6:08? How does she get, God, where is it? Can you hand me the discovery or the motion number 16 over there, or 60?
Which pile is it?
Right there. I think it should be right there. Yeah, I stapled it. No, not that one. Hold on.
Yeah, that's- You might want to come over and look.
Where's that? Right here. Sorry. Wrong pile. And it was my fault. It was number 66. All right, here we go. Take a look. 66 right there. Now. Jen McCabe enters in her phone I'm breaking it down for you guys. We are? Fuck.
So Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you a photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep,
What is it?
it's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep,
Generally the
Do you
scale.
recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
yes,
the house,
yep,
the driveway,
mm-hmm,
and that looks
yes,
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
yes.
Scale.
And that's
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Yep, we've been saying this the whole time. What to scale?
And there it is to scale.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Yes.
Want me to show it?
Yes, if you could
Right up here.
The far one in the
So-
corner.
Your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm, yes,
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
yep, the two of them.
So on January 29th, you had 2 bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes,
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
yes,
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not,
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not,
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut, my curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes,
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or we can keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Can I have a moment?
Sure.
She didn't hear anything because they all said they only put on their blue lights and they didn't put on their sirens. They only did their lights.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep, I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Wait for this. This is so good.
Ms. Albert, what about the 2 calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
Yes.
You're aware that the Celebrite records indicated that you answered 2 calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
No way with the objection.
The objection sustained.
She never stops, dude. That is nothing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
Here we go, baby. Show her phone records. Show this hoe her phone records.
You could take a look at this report.
Oh, I'll show you guys what they're looking at right now. Have you ever seen that report before?
Ms. Albert, you received,
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before.
You could just shut the fuck up. That's what you can do. If I can just shut the.
Thank you.
You can just
May
shut
we
the fuck up.
approach?
May we approach? Why?
I'm going to take that, please.
You're making that woman spin around with that oxygen mask. No, I'm just kidding. It's not an oxygen mask. Again, guys, right here, I'm going to show you guys what we're looking at here. Boom. Okay. This is why you guys come to the channel. We got the goods. What's over here? Right there. Okay. Jen McCabe entered into her phone a new contact called Uncle Brian A. and put this number in, and then it said home number 3. That was entered into her phone at 6:08 and 35 seconds on 1/29/2022. Now, how would she get this number to enter in as this contact? Okay. Whoopsies, right there. This is a new contact. It says home number 3. And then see how it's all in lowercase? It's because she went to go name it something. And then once you attempt to name something, and then you have to go back and name it something else, then it will kick into lowercase lettering automatically. Next, this is because this is an iPhone. I know it. I tried it. Then, now, Miss McCabe's phone records indicate, so you guys saw it, that was at 6:08 and 35 seconds. Now, Miss McCabe's phone records.
All right, so let's mark one for identification, please, Ms. Little.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room,
That's not a person.
besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Goodbye.
Okay.
What do you guys think of Miss Little? How you like me now? How you like me now? What do you guys think? How do you guys feel about Miss Little? Does she give you a little, does she like remind you of a little bit of Vasquez, the way that she,
Camille, right?
yeah, I think that she reminds me of Camille.
She is Alan Jackson in female form. She even says Coral. You wouldn't quarrel with me. If I were to say, that's an Alan Jackson 100 everyday %.
I want to show you guys, I'm going to take you guys to Hector the projector so I can show it to you in just a little bit more awesome fashion. All right. So what she is basically committing perjury right now on the stand. You're aware that we have the phone records exist, right? And right here, her name's Coco. So this is Jen McCabe's phone records. Okay. And so outgoing and outgoing meaning that Jen McCabe placed an outgoing call to Coco. So whatever you save the number in your phone as, so there's the 911 call that she made at 6:03 and 47 seconds. And it lasted 3 minutes and 32 seconds. All right. Then you get to Coco, back-to-back Coco, answered and answered. 6:07 and 42 seconds and 6:08 and 17 seconds. I mean, those are the times of the phone calls. 9 seconds and 7 seconds. You see that? And they specifically say, I'm sorry, I thought this was way bigger. Whoopsies. There you go. Let's take a look at that blown up. You guys, this is like my jam. Like, let me fuck with this all day. So don't pay attention to that. Let me just. Coco. Right here. Okay, now. This is where it gets amazing. She said right here on the stand that she did not answer her phone. She did not. I didn't answer those calls. If she called me, great, but I didn't answer them. That's her story. She's sticking to it. Okay. Now this is where it gets interesting. Is that when you take into consideration the following, that Jennifer McCabe, these are her steps. Right. Now, mind you, we have dash cam. So let's take into the steps are over here. Do you see 604 to 612? You see that? 81 steps. So 604 to 612, she took 81 steps. 603 to 603:59 seconds, she took 29 steps. The reason it looks like this is because this is with the watch, this is with the iPhone. And what I'm trying to tell you guys that means is that she hopped out of the vehicle of Carrie Roberts when she was driving, hopped out of the vehicle, and her phone, I'm telling you guys this, I don't care what anybody says out there, you need to listen to the queen right here. She hopped out of out of that car without her phone in her hand, okay? Hopped out because she needed to get over to that body. She needed to get over to that body. So she hopped out of that vehicle just as fast, okay? And ran over that body, not grabbing her, and her cell phone would obviously have to be still in the vehicle, because then her phone then registers from 6:04 and 24 seconds. That's when she's then making steps then with her phone with her also in her hand, okay? So there is a period of time right there from 6:03 and 23 seconds to 6:03 and 59 seconds that she is making those 29 steps without her phone in her hand. Then she goes back to her car or the car to then dial up that 911 call. Do you guys understand me? Okay. And how do we know that that's accurate? Well, because you go to her then calls that I just showed you. Whoop, right here. And she called 911. 6:03 and 47 seconds. Who's the slam? Me. I'm the slam. I'm a slam. So what that means is, like I said, she hurried up and hustled to get out of that vehicle without her phone. We always have our phone. She had, holy shit, runs, hurry up and gets out because guess who got out of the car and started running? Karen Reed. She had to run the fuck after her and hurry up and get to that body before Karen Reed could get to that cell phone. Before Karen Reed could get to that cell phone. That's why her phone got left behind. And so she hurries up, she gets over there, and then she grabs that man's motherfucking cell phone. And then she goes back to the vehicle, and then she makes a 911 call once she is back at the vehicle that they came in. Okay? Now, after she makes her 911 call that would have lasted, I'll do the math for you guys. 3 minutes and 32 seconds. So you want to add that. 3 minutes and 32 seconds. So when you add that, you're looking at that ending at what? Well, let's look at this. 6:07 and 42 seconds. She's already making another call. So immediately when she hangs up with the police, what does she do? What does she immediately do after she hangs up with the police? She calls Coco. Okay. 6:07 and 42 seconds. Now, there is no cops on scene, so we do not have dash cam of this. But what I have to direct your attention now to is her moving steps. Right here, her 81 steps. It happens between 6:04 and 6:12. That means you would have had to start taking your steps at least at this point, but those can be completed, and they have to be completed by the time this ends. Okay, would have been the last step of the 81. Now, this is the exhibit that the right people used to show. Is this more to scale? Is this to scale? Okay. And John O Keefe was like even with the flagpole right over here. Or I'm sorry, no, he wasn't even with the flagpole. He was just right like here from the flagpole. Okay. And it's so flat. It's just like that. And then here is like, you know, where they're, well, yeah, it was like pulled up like right here or whatever. So think about this. 13 steps to the body, 13 steps back. That's 26 steps. That gets you exactly back into the vehicle to make the 911 call. Then you get out. And now how many steps, Jennifer Coffendorfer, does it take to either she walk like this to get, or she could have walked all the way up like this to walk up like that. But she makes 81 steps. So without a doubt, in my opinion, she took 40 steps to get to the door right here and 40 steps back. And that's how she then passed off the cell phone of none other than John O Keefe. And this is why it has not been talked about, because this woman on the stand is going to be asked, did your sister hand you did your sister hand you a cell phone that night, that morning? Okay. Here you go. How do I know this? Because they're going to, she's not going to do it with this witness. She's going to do it with Jen McCabe as far as like zooming in. You see yourself walking, but we have this though. Hold on. They have way more than I do, but let me go back to this part. Okay. All right. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. Coco, do you see this right there? Uncle Brian A. Not answer, but 623. Yes, deleted. It wasn't it. They didn't answer it. Okay. But Coco, wait. Uncle Brian A. All right. Well, you have to think that Jennifer McCabe has Brian Albert's phone number stored in her phone, right? This is the new one that she just put in her phone. This new number, whatever number they want to put in here, listed as Brian's. Okay. They panicked at this point. And this is what the cell phone shows. The cell phone shows it at 6:08 and 35 seconds, which is between the two calls of 6:07 and 6:08 that she made those two calls. She creates this account. This is what this woman is doing. Think about this. This is what this woman is doing while the police aren't even there yet. The police are not on scene yet because now we have the dash cam that shows that they didn't get there until after 6:09. This is what this woman's doing. She's creating contacts in her phone of burners of her brother-in-law. But I said to myself, how would she get that phone number? How would she get that phone number? Who could have possibly given her this number to have stored in her phone? Okay. And let me tell you something, there wouldn't be enough time if I talked to you for 6 seconds or 7 seconds, and then I call you back, I talk to you for 8 seconds. Hey, wait, what did you say that burn number was? What did you say that burn number was again? Count up how long that would take you. No. And in fact, so she walks up, because guess what starts happening? John O'Keefe's phone starts moving at the same time at 6:04 that this broad does. I'll go to my John's phone starts moving, and go back here, share all of this. Oh, not that one. We got so many papers over here. Oh, there it is. Jen's phone and watch, Jen's phone records, John's phone, health data. And I said to myself, well, Jen couldn't have had John's phone the whole time because his phone makes between 6:04 and 6:11, 496 steps. And then I'm able to prove that, well, they didn't start working on John O'Keefe with any type of system until after 6:15. So therefore, these can't be from compressions that John, he wasn't wearing a watch that we know of, that I was given any data of. So if it comes out that John O'Keefe was wearing a watch, that's not something that I've ever been told. That's the data that we only have is that John O'Keefe had an iPhone. There was no watch, but their phones start basically moving in sequence almost. And I believe that she passed the phone off to her sister. Okay. She had to get that phone off of John O'Keefe and get it to her sister. And so that's for she walked up to the door. And at that time, when she was talking to her at that time, because if you listen to the testimony of Stephen Seraph and all the people that were testifying, they said that I saw two females. I saw two females when I arrived. Two females. Well, where's the third one? Oh. Right at that door. You couldn't see anything right here because you're tucked behind here. Okay, so it was hard to see. That's why it never looked like somebody was walking out of the house. But how would Jennifer McCabe know this number to put in? All right. Uncle Brian here, home number 3. You're entering a new number, and then you go ahead and then you delete it the same day that you start at 6:08 and 35 seconds. You then delete it at 12:53 and 23 seconds. You then delete what you put in. And how do we know that? Well, because this was the extraction of it. And it was, she took a picture. Stupid dumb bitch took a screenshot. Look at this. 6:08. You see that? 6:08. That's a screenshot. After she put it in the phone, she then took a screenshot of it because she's just a fucking smart. Like, she makes me sick that she was a basketball coach and so stupid. I bet you guys won a lot of games with her coaching. Not. But so what you guys just heard her testify to right before we're going to take this lunch break is that she did not talk to her sister at the 6:07 and 6:08. And the first time that she heard her sister or saw her was when she flew into the house at 6, when she came flying into her room. And that's why the testimony on the direct was so important. When Lally was saying, well, when you went to bed, did you check to see if the door was locked? Do you normally, no, we'll just leave it unlocked, because they needed to have a way to say that how she was able to get in there was because the door was unlocked. Okay. I cannot wait to start talking about these cars and start putting pointers on these cars. I believe that somebody took that phone when it was passed along, and that they went out the back door, they hopped the fence, and that they ran and they had to get somewhere where they were going. And then somebody was either going to pick them up, like, here, go, run, go out the back door, go to so-and-so's house. So somebody's going to have to do this test for me. Somebody needs to go, and I want to see how many steps if you ran and where we would be at. I want to create a perimeter. And what I mean by that is I want to do, here's the house. I'm going to do an estimated guess, and I want to do a perimeter of 400 steps. 400 steps all around that house, and to see where you would, what the points are. We're going to have some fun about this. Now, the next thing we're going to look at is this house on Zwillow. Those of you guys that have been following it, they've been talking a lot about the house. So let's talk about Zwillow. Let's talk about this 34 Fairview house. Let's talk about what it looks like inside. I just can't believe that Lally isn't showing the jurors any pictures of what the hell they're talking about. That's just when you know you're shit. Don't even know what this witness is continuing to be asked these type of questions even for, but because you're opening the door. If you don't ask these type of questions, you're not opening the door. And he just continues to like ask these questions so that these people on the stand are continuing to be able to be grilled like this. Like, you said this on direct, you know what I mean? If these people aren't saying this on direct, then it's going to be a lot harder for the defense. Lally's a fucking moron, so that's clear as day. He's trying to beat them to what he thinks the defense is going to do and say about them, but you don't have to beat anybody anywhere, okay? You want to make it so that they can't go there. I just can't even. So whatever. 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass. There we go. Let's take a look on Zwillow so you guys can see what I see. Can you see what I see? Mm-hmm. Okay. This is the house. How you like me now? Okay. There we go. Giving you guys a nice little, there we go. So using your pointer, Lana, sure, if I'm on the stand, wouldn't you show them these pictures? Is this your front house, or is this like your foyer? Yep, this is the foyer. So this is like the actual front door, I guess you could say, right? And then you'd have to, so you walk in, yep, you can go right up the stairs. Okay. Okay, and if you go to the left, if you go to the right, let's see what happens. Okay, so let's take a look back here, though. See that piece of furniture? See how it's like tilted? So let's take a look over here. And what's this? Oh, this is in the back. Oh, wait, you have a slider back there. You see that? Slider that goes, okay. So you do have a back door they can go running out of. Okay. Oh, this is what? This is, yeah, the slider. This is what it looks like out there. So we do our gathering. Okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Right off the rip, this is why they don't want to show the house. Where's the gathering taking place? Where's the gathering happening in this home? Can you guys see what's going on in the front of the house if this is going on, if you're back here? No, you can't. Rockstar says 100 times 100 lot, 400 perimeter, 160 steps. Right? Or if you got into someone's car. So where's the gathering going on? I know that it's coming. Little is going to show all these pictures. There's no way that you're not. You need to show that there was no reason that you're not. Where do you do all your gathering? This is your house. Isn't this what you set it up for? You can have your gathering back here. All right. Oh, remember oh yeah, we have the cat. This is all in the back of the house. See this? This is all in the back of the house. How could anybody see what the hell was going out in the front of the house when all the gathering area is back there? So you're telling me that Colin was just happened to be waiting for you right when you walked in here like this? Oh, just right there my nephew was, and then he just walked out the door and, at the same exact, yeah. So, there's the kitchen. All right, so we're going to see, so see that color gray over here to the right? There's a bathroom, laundry, it's back of the house. Bedroom, 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 bedroom. So let's go back. And this is the master. There's one of the windows that she speaks of. Is there another one that's like right here? So like two. Or is that the back of the house and you're not showing the front of the house because you're not showing the front windows on this side? You can see how bright it is over here to the left. That looks to me like it's the back of the house because there's like trees back there. So that's the back of the house, this window. So over here, let's see if they show that angle. They don't. God, whoever took these pictures of the house was told not to show any windows up front. Their realtor was definitely trained. This is downstairs in the basement. Woohoo, Lana's right. Look at this workout room, you guys. Look at this workout room right here. Wait to see the dumbbell section. Did they rearrange this? I'm going to show you. That's when, is that a pool back there? There you go. There you go. That used to be a basketball hoop. Like, did you used to have a court there? What is that? God, you guys just let your backyard go to shit. I wonder if this is what it was like before they bought it. Okay. But I want to go back to, so right here, I can't zoom in, but right here, this is the foyer. So when you're coming into the house, right, boom, like this, you can go like right into, to go upstairs, okay? Or you can go to the left, and that's what she kept saying. That's the library. That's the library, all right? But you can go in the foyer, or you could take a couple steps, and you're going to be back at the kitchen, or you can go to the right, and that's like the dining room, or you could take a couple steps. What do you think's underneath the steps that go upstairs, that go this way? Is those the stairs that go downstairs? You know what I'm saying? Now, if this is to get in from the front door, that's one of the doors, then right here, this is that side door. Okay, because she's like, yeah, you would just like kind of like go right into the living room. Oh, and then into the three, I thought it was called the 4 Seasons room. It's the 3 Seasons room. And then to your deck. But it should be telling to us that why you're not showing, let's go back down. This is where she's claiming that they all, right here at this table right here, that's where she's saying everybody was sitting, right? And that's where we were all gathered doing our interviews or whatever you want to call them. Right? So there's a door back over here too. So this is an enclosed deck, and then the slider over there, or that door, whatever. This probably comes out the study, maybe. Is that or maybe that's the laundry room. Because anybody that has pools, if you're smart, you want to have your door that goes right into your mud room back there in your laundry. You could have just people go right in and out there. It's easier. That's my guess. Yeah. But tell me where you would be gathering in this home. You'd have to be sitting right here, and they don't, right in those two chairs they showed on this angle? Nope. That's the only place you could be sitting. So you'd have to be sitting in the right here. That's the two. Let's go to the front of the house right here. So when you walk in, those two windows, when you go to the left, that's in that study room. When you go in and you go to the right, that's like the dining room area, which here there's a good angle right there of that side door like that. But it's the front door. But it's the side door, front door. Get it? Okay. I want to show you guys from the backyard. Let's go to the backyard. Okay. That's a bay window. And then I'm telling you, I want to know if did they blow out that bay window? So tell me how you're seeing anything. When you would come into this house to go and gather, show the basement again. Yo.
Are they doing a full day?
Yeah. Yeah. You think some fighting went on down here? I'm telling you guys, right here. This could be your potential gash along his back if he was whacked with this, okay, and hit. All right, or if he was punched and he fell back in the dumbbells and got gashed like that. That's what that looks like from, where's our picture? Is that over there? I think it's in that pile. I'll use Hector to show you. This is the one I'm talking about. This gash. They had to shave his head in order to get to that gash like that. I don't know if it was that he was supposed to be killed or anything like that. I believe that they wanted, like there was people that were so annoyed with him and they're like, man, yeah, I just want to go a couple rounds with him and just like, show him what's up, whatever, like, get him down there, get him over there. And then, we can have, some fun, blah, blah. Like, like, God, I just want to, if we can do it in like a controlled atmosphere, then I can kick his ass. And like, he's not going to go telling, especially if he agrees to fight, come on, come do a couple rounds with me again.
Or like something happens there and they just start fighting. They don't mean to like kill them. Someone here.
Someone's here. Who sells solar panels with no cards around here? You've seen me or my trucks around town. There we go. Which one's this one? We're making sure we're good. Okay, put that back on. All right. All right, so again, I can't wait for it. This has gotten so good. I'm gonna enjoy some of my soup here. We're gonna be right back here, probably at the top of the hour. We will have Bev Bingo starting when this resumes as well. So my voice needs like a 20-minute rest anyways. It's getting really raspy. I want to say thank you guys. Please hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I would say thumbs up for Karen Reed, John O Keefe. And then it's free to subscribe. So go subscribe. So you can type in chat. If you're a subscriber of 1 minute or more, you can chat away.
And you can play bingo.
Yeah, bingo, baby. And then I did get, so Joanne, by the way, congratulations, Joanne. Joanne, she won the double dong bingo, Bev's double dong bingo. So she picked the red solo cups, the tabletop beer pong, AKA Canton's Finest, to store blood samples. So thank you for playing. She did send her address so that we'll get that out. We wait till the end of the week and then we send everything out on the same time. So congratulations. It's normally 5-on-5 with Bev. So your guys' next game here, we'll be doing a surround Bev's head bingo. So that means all the spaces. So you're going to use the same card that you have, clear it out. It's going to be all the spaces that touch Bev's head around the middle. Okay. So it's like an inside picture frame. Inside picture frame for those of you guys that play bingo. Okay, picture frame. Inside, all around. It's all just everyone that touches Bev. This is by far the best channel for this case. Good to have a local person in Atlanta. Plus, wait, you think I'm local? You think I live in Massachusetts? You think I live in Canton? I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Thank you so much. Because you know why that means that I am that well versed, right? Oh, I have to show you guys because I said I promised I'd show it. We'll show it at the end. I want to show a couple last. I'll show it at the end. I want to show a couple of the last people that have donated to Mr. Christopher Albert. So, and I'll show you that. Where's the expense report? So be back here at the top of the hour. Woohoo! Do we know who it's still, Julie's going to be up there for a minute. Yeah. Julie, we haven't even gotten to the good stuff. We got to the part where she's going to start pointing out some pretty big inconsistencies there. What time Lank truly came there, what time, where people were sitting, her house. And I'm glad that Little has this little break because, Alan Jackson can give his 2 cents too. All right, guys. All right, guys. Welcome back live. See how long Bev takes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me close this off and get back in my cubicle. Thanks. Want to do shots of Fireball? Get this party started. Let's go. Truth train. I don't know. No? Oh, man. Oh, right there. John Whistling, too. John Whistling, your whole thing. Again, what is up, guys? Welcome back. Mm. All right, let's see. You got to make a phone call here. Okay, guys. Those of you guys that live in Canton, there are multiple places you can go to Dunkin' Donuts. Which place do you think that happened to in Dunkin' Donuts? Corporate called us back. Emailing is the greatest thing ever. Let's recall some witnesses here. Let's see.
Hello?
Yo, you at the Waterfall ball or what?
No, I'm not.
All right, well, you're live on Truth and Transparency.
I am.
You are. Are you gonna be at the Waterfall?
Later tonight I will.
Okay, what time?
I don't really know. I'm heading into Boston right now real quick.
Okay. So you've been watching the trial at all? What do you think?
She's innocent.
She's innocent?
Yeah.
What do you think about the cop?
Absolutely.
What are people?
I'm not saying anything about Canton Police because I happen to know that town.
No, what do you think about their investigation?
I don't know. I really don't know. I just know, like.
Did you see them use a leaf blower? You see them use a little leaf blower?
Yeah. Yeah. And how did the guy spot a piece of glass, like in a snowstorm? Spot out of the blue. What happened to the dog?
Yeah.
It's a lot of shady shit.
Yeah. Well, call me. What time do you think you'll be at the Waterfall?
Probably about 7, I'd say.
So not till 7? You're gonna go late night?
Well, no, like I said, I got to run into Boston real quick for something, and then come all the way back out here.
Okay, well, because I wanna buy Rebecca the bartender some shots. How
do you know her?
You know Rebecca?
Yeah.
Oh, I know Rebecca because she was just on the witness stand a couple days ago, and I just felt so bad for her that I wanted to buy her some shots.
Oh, right. Yeah, she'll probably be there.
Yeah. So
she's a night girl. She's a night girl.
She's a night girl? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I felt so bad.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean.
Well, because no one
yeah,
should be put in that
but-
situation. You know what I'm saying? And she's, you know.
Yeah. No, but around here, like everyone's talking. Everyone right now is flipping the script, being like she's innocent. They keep on stumbling over their own feet.
Nice.
You know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, well then
All right.
call me when you're close by and I'll give you the link.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, honey.
All right, bye-bye. All right. Just getting things situated for Rebecca. Rebecca the witness, aka the bartender. We're gonna buy Rebecca the bartender a shot or two. Fuck, maybe we'll just buy the whole bar a shot, you know? And then we'll just expense it to Chris Albert's the Chris Albert Selectman expense account. I'm not going to say the name of the person, small town, whatever, but local, and they're going to go live on camera, so I could do split screen and do a live from the Waterfall tonight at 7 p.m. So I get a little bit of a break, and then I'm going to go back live and see if I can, if any of the people that are at the Waterfall want to be interviewed. Put it on Chris's tab. You know that's right. Again, guys, welcome back to the transparency. I think in the midst of all of this craziness, we have to remember that somebody did lose their life. And when anyone says, like, what side are you on? I'm on the side of the truth. What happened that night? From the truth, then once you get the truth, then proper things can happen. If John O Keefe, I don't believe that John O Keefe, it wasn't, you're going to have to prove to me that it was a plot and plan to kill the man. Do I think there was a plot and plan to get him over there? And then you could, like, you know, oh yeah, well then I want to ask him to, you know, spar with me or whatever. I think it's really interesting that Jen McCabe was like, no, you're coming with us. You're coming with us. It's a surprise. Then Karen Reed went back and running towards John, and they actually get in the same vehicle. But can you say that anybody set out to commit murder that night? No. But I think that it's very telling, the people that went, call it, that they took the path to
You are unmuted.
So. All right, guys. Game 3, it's surround Bev's head. So all the spots.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back in session.
Here we go.
All right, can we have Ms. Albert, please?
Miss Albert, did you consume any alcoholic beverages before you
All right,
arrived
Ms.
back
Little,
here?
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which is marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please.
Sure.
Do we have S, S is in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S is in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
I also think these people are, I mean, they had been drinking, so there's obviously alcohol involved, but I didn't see any of them stumbling out of there. We've watched this, you know, this clip. I didn't see anybody stumble out of there. I'm still not sold on the fact that Chris Albert went straight home. I'm not sold on that fact yet. In fact, if it doesn't make sense, then it's like he didn't go straight home. Okay. So I'm not sold on the fact that Chris Albert went straight home. Number one. Do I think that they were trying to embarrass O'Keefe in front of Karen Reed? No. I think that John's a ball buster. I mean, you saw the way they were texting with like, it's one thing to joke around with somebody, but you have to be on that type of a level of a friendship too, but to joke around like that. When you don't have that type of a friendship and you try to like bust balls with somebody, it comes off a completely different way. And I think that that's what this was like. It's like, we didn't have that type of relationship, you know, and I think Colin's a little punk, right? And so if Colin's there and we run in and Colin's drunk and says something to me.
The parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview.
And not a photo.
Not a photo.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you, oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Your Honor.
Okay. So that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
We actually need it.
66.
May I approach? Yes.
Actual scale house. They want that to be noted, very important. Remember, I've been saying they've been using,
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes,
She obviously had access to the house.
yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in, supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you've had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who's freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
do you have blankets in your home?
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help John, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Still Ellie?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
Fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voice?
correct.
Now, with
I know what she's gonna do on the cross.
regard to
Recross.
Your dog, Chloe,
Mm-hmm.
following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
Rehome it.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her. She was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe, and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway, and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your daughter?
For a few months after I,
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the Waterfall back to your home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
I don't, wasn't very long, couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes. Yeah.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Shut the fuck up, Lally.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
I believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
No. Yes, this is Brady. This could be a Brady violation right here. She just said that she turned over stuff to the police. And then therefore, if they didn't turn it over to Karen Reed's defense, it's a Brady violation. Holy shit, I'm loving life right now. Whoa. Boom. Did you see little Reed? She just basically, they objected every which way possible. And then she figured out a way to be able to get that question, which is, did you ever provide information, documentation to the police about Chloe? Boom. And she said, yes. Yes, I believe so. Do you know what that means? That means it's called discovery. Discovery means it has to be turned over to the defendant, in this case, Karen Reed, especially if it is exculpatory in nature. Okay? Right there, that is why he was objecting so hard to this. Holy shit. Nicole Alberts just puts Lally in a Brady headlock on recross by defense counsel Little. Boom. That's amazing. I mean, I have no words. I have absolutely no words. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. Ridiculously huge. This is large. And it has to just be, it has to be, so like discovery, well, how am I supposed to know if it was exculpatory? If it has a potential to be exculpatory in nature, okay, that's what Brady versus Maryland, that's Maryland versus Brady all day. this is 100% a Brady violation if she provided documentation about that dog, which she refers to as it on at least 2 occasions I've heard. Little didn't back down. God, I love it.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
They're going to file a motion. That's what that's about. They're just going to file a
Your
motion.
next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Here we go. Witness number 26, Brian Albert, the homeowner of 34 Fairview. And I think Alan Jackson's going to have him. Who do you guys think? Brian Albert, homeowner. Oh, he's got a goatee he's rocking.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
Could you,
Oh.
please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norwood?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Ask you just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by
Sure. The next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, a brother Kevin, a brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And how many children?
5.
And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident before?
I thought that was his childhood home.
Approximately 45 years.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and your kids moved?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
There you go.
So you spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I retired now. Retired.
What did you retire from?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you with that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes.
Is he a police officer as well?
He is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning. So we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped
That answer
off
one of my
with
questions.
your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge.
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
Work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle, where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to Hillside?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps.
So you didn't go
Not
see your
entirely
son?
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
No food?
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes.
You've been there before? before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the hillside to the waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in, I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin. I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what year it is.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the water?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
Everybody testified to Higgins and
following your
him coming in
arrival,
together.
Who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there
The Colaquitas?
before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now,
What a pussy, Mick Ultra.
following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other
You a
friends or
man.
family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined you?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone, call, or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrives, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O Keefe came into the Waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O Keefe. if you could
He
tell
referred to her as
jury,
the defendant.
Well, first, did you know John O Keefe?
What a fucking prick.
So I knew John O Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people on Boston?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the Waterfall with the defendant, just for clarity purposes. You're referring to.
This is going to be an
Karen Reed, is that
amazing
correct?
cross.
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just ask the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the Hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by day, I'm sorry, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the Waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction or more than one interaction with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left or transferred. And, you know, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what if any conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what if anything did you observe as far as what he's wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what if any sort of injuries or anything that you observed on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And
So does that mean you observed injuries at some point? He's like, I didn't observe it at that
over the
time.
course of the evening, you
At
had
that
a couple
time.
of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe,
Interesting.
is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on? Is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. You know, I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the Waterfall?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, you know, close to 12, and things started winding down, you know, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife, Nicole, my daughter, Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take you back just for a moment back into the Waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the Waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And
some people didn't want to go there. Who didn't want to go there?
Discuss as far as where to go after the Waterfall.
Who didn't want to go there?
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday.
23rd.
So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fair, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come. except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that
Socially
inside your house or
distancing,
outside
not
your house?
there.
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
Cookout.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And
What the fuck kind of questioning is this shit?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video from the Waterfall.
Okay, well, that's happening. I want to show you guys. This is where Brian said he parked that night. This is the Charlestown.
Ms. Gilman, with reference to channel 3, if I could have the fourth video now. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can see some people around the table that we were standing,
Yeah, Lally, dumb fuck.
which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to 19 minutes and 58 seconds.
Who's the lady with the long ponytail right there?
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door, is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards it?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Who was the
Thank you,
lady in the
Julie. If you could
pony?
just Press play again for about 30 some odd seconds.
Who are these people? It was the Bandies. Oh, that is Brian Higgins right there. Who's the lady right there, the pony? Right there. Who is that? I want to know. Is that lady with the ponytail is
You take
Brian's
that down,
daughter?
And then, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask
No.
for one other video from Channel
She
1.
looks
the
really
second
big
one
in
down.
that photo. She gained a bunch of weight after all those pictures and bikinis.
If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you to play it from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. If you could press play now.
That fucking flag. Who's the guy with the hat? Oh, is he a band member? Carrying all that equipment out. He's like, move out of my way, dude. Come on. What are y'all doing? What were you guys doing? What's going on? Somebody fall? Really strange.
Thank you, Mr. Generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking through the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot?
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that. It had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out, so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that
You ever do
Mr.
that?
Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back to New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle.
Why would
that I
he
believe
switch cars?
believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, do you have to go
You said it
freshen
looked
up
like
because
he had
Reed
done
was
something
there?
to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
He plowed the.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time in January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
There was nothing on the
believe-
ground.
3.
And what type of vehicles and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any
There
cars.
was no snow to plow.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
Oh, right side. Okay.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
The wife went into the other side.
So my son
Why
Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as.
And where were
friends
their
with your
cars?
son from patients?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
So they went in.
Was Colin
They went in different
I
doors.
believe he was just about 18, 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the 2 girls. Brian and the 2 girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
We said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later, he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Oh wow.
Now,
He's fucked.
at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Jen McCabe didn't get there till
When you go to use
12:18.
the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
So they arrived.
I mean, how long was he
sometime
taking
after
a
Colin.
shit?
Yes.
So you went home to take a shit.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And what kind of pets?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog's clothes?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would
Oh,
take
so
the
you
dog
got-
out, and
oh,
when
so-
anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how
So-
would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking you is, would the dog be on a leash,
So
or would it be let out in the yard?
bathroom, then Chloe.
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So you wouldn't know if somebody came to your
So,
house.
The entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went out there,
And
you wouldn't.
beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
There's a gate. I knew it.
The gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
Wait, what gate are you
How long
talking
was
about?
the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
When you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning? did the
You
dog
said that
go
you heard
outside
her
at all?
barking, and that's
No.
why you went and got her.
And you mentioned
You're a
that
fucking
there's,
liar.
train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis?
You're gonna
do
try to say it's
trains go
loud?
by,
Shut the fuck up.
Your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
All day and night,
And
yep.
when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
You put the dog upstairs. I
where
thought the
in
dog,
your house
the wife
was-
says the
was
dog goes
everybody
wherever.
else?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen. But they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
Why?
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time was we talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins, when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
Who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time did you know was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the.
This is all a bunch of
outside the
lies.
house,
I can tell you how.
after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And
The group is
at
downstairs.
some point,
The group is downstairs?
you share a bedroom with. Does she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
Yeah, all of this is all
And,
synced.
The doors to your house.
I'd be like, I have no idea.
As far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
With, when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that, let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort
He
of
said
following
they were
2
having
o'clock in the morning,
sex.
do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
Kind of hung out together for
And
a
the dog,
while.
Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection.
Alan Jackson on the objection. Alan Jackson is fucking crossing this motherfucker.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into you?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
There's some going to allow in that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was, yes.
Did you socialize or friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
You know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen of your house?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with him on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen
this is
area.
They were called back to the house. Would have been the third time.
How long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now,
Good
going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
What about good on that first time?
Myself, my wife Nicole, my sister-in-law Jen, her husband Matt had arrived, and the police, yes.
And
What about Higgins?
in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins
Why did you call Brian?
because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to
Why did you
Mr.
call him?
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law Julie also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law Julie came by your house?
Yes.
And why was that?
Eventually.
So
your order's all
she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law Julie was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that
You woke up with a fine, your
she
migraine
was
was
out,
fine.
out front in the driveway.
Out front.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her what had happened?
How could you see that she was
Yes,
there?
I don't
What
know
window
if it
were
was,
you looking out at?
necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
Nobody was there at
And as
8:30
far
outside.
as when that was described
You're a fucking
to
liar.
your sister-in-law Julie, how would you describe sort
This
of
is so
her demeanor
ridiculous.
or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Dropped the
Shock.
hot coffee in the
That's how I
car.
would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
You guys are on fucking major crack
And
cocaine.
so
Do
the
you
second
believe
time
anybody
that
believes
the
this?
Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt.
What?
Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house and I think she came back later in the morning, but so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law Julie came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Chris then comes there.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Julie stayed for an hour to 2 hours.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And At any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on,
This is unbelievable test. Like,
in the course of that day,
what
at some
the
point,
fuck is this
you
on
have
direct?
occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police.
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers?
He doesn't
prior
want to
that
say
day?
his last name.
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper
Yuri. I had met him.
He doesn't
I
want to
had met
say
him
it.
once or twice
He
before.
knows it as Bukkake.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
What? No.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
Mm.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
Oh my God. This is unbelievable. You left your house to go to their house
So I may have one moment. ma'am.
after 11 a.m. because she was there until 11 a.m. Nicole caught them in bed together. Who? Jen McCabe fucked this man? Nicole caught them in bed together
Yeah,
after
Coach
them.
Sean.
Yes.
Lally wants to end it today.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs that you review them and look up.
Sure.
Oh, we don't need it. Brian and Jen's just splitting her stuff, everybody. Is that what's causing this divorce? Matt doesn't kill though. Everybody's got cheaters. They can stomp, but they can't hide. Does it take that long to look at photos? He's the only one that's taking this long to look at photos. What a fucking prima donna.
So what I've just presented you with been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
We've already heard.
Ms. Tillman, if you could start with exhibit 58.
These are the same exhibits that you gave fucking his wife. 58 through 60 fucking 4. We got it.
Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked.
I have that, yes.
So what's up on the screen currently, do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
This is sick. Look at this, not to scale to the left. Look at this shit. What is
I have
this?
them out of order here. Just give me 1 second.
This is. Hey, Lally, did you forget that they already went to the house? They know what it looks like. They know how close it is. You don't got to pretend, but you want to pretend with America? Lally, take
So
your own.
yes, this looks like the photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, or if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
What'd you
No,
say?
there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe it?
Who plows like that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
What? You guys plow your
And
grass?
in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole.
This is unbelievable.
With the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as a
Why
adult,
is it even
you really
fucking
don't know what that
irrelevant?
box does or what it is.
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed. And we don't really have much to do with it.
Objection, relevancy to any of
And
this.
the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles, the cruisers.
Alan
do you see that
Jackson's
in this
Crossing.
photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area that you were describing.
Lally, take your own dick and put it in your own ass. It's a Key West boomerang. Learn about it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59.
Yeah, Key West boomerang. When Lally takes his own dick and puts it in his own
Again,
ass.
sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
No.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out the window or at some later point in the 20th.
Yes.
And from this
How do we
photograph,
know when that
clearly
photograph was
direct your
taken?
attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where
They must have stipulated to it.
I want the metadata though, still.
Yeah, fuck all this.
So my driveway is, or was, this area right here. And that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there was sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this.
Yeah, like who would ever show
I guess
this? when you
breezeway
can't-
area.
Get out of here.
And that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and draw the jury's attention.
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here.
Yeah.
In the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60.
The police striped all the metadata.
You say
from
60?
What?
60.
There's no metadata on any
And
of
so
this?
what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th? That's what the roadway looked like?
What?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, there was snow, correct?
Right. So the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So
he's
what
speculating.
I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or the early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
Yes.
Who plows their grass? Who
the next
plows the
photograph,
grass? I don't understand. What the fuck is this?
And again, now looking at what is exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
One second.
Why is the grass plowed?
Yes.
This is essentially a closer up image of the area of the fire hydrant and electrical box and the flagpole that we were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out the window in the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And
You're not
you
a-
happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
You don't want to object. You just want him to
And
keep
You
talking.
see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's.
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor.
Yes, they appear to be in line from
So he's trying to
almost the
show the
street
jury that-
to the white fence.
It's so close to
And
being
that
the
white
other
fence
person's
sort of in
property.
the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second.
No, that's not.
Sorry.
That's the neighbor's yard. Up, siren. Get the
Yes.
siren in.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, so with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no
Part of the
street
yard.
light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
You still can't see the door. What a fucking
So
moron.
that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
If you could, just using the laser to direct.
Oh, yeah.
So how did Matt McCabe?
So the door would be right in here.
What window was Matt McCabe looking at when he saw? This is
From the
wild.
driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what if anything is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door?
To the other door.
Why don't you have a
There's
picture showing
There's
that?
a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65.
Well, we don't have this. We've never seen this one.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant,
How would
which
you know
is to
that?
the left front of my yard.
You can take that down. Thank you very much.
What a great job you just did there.
Now, Mr. Albert, with
Is he looking at his watch, jurors?
the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following
Weren't you working?
in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring
This is
with
such
snow
this is
as the days went on? following?
insane.
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the
crime
snow was
scene.
just dissipating due to the fact that it was
How did you know it was a
melting
crime
and then
scene?
it rained.
There was no
bunch of
yellow
days.
tape up, you fucking cocksucker.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to
How'd
your
you know it was a
house.
crime scene? There's no
And
yellow
obviously,
tape.
at some point, you moved from the house on Fairview and Canton to North.
Gotcha.
correct?
Yes.
Toe tag this
And
motherfucker.
when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
Did you show any of the
What
officers your
was it that sort of
hands?
precipitated that discussion as
They-
far as selling?
that
it?
night?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
Oh,
When was it?
didn't he just fucking
So we
say that
didn't end
loudly?
up selling until April of 2023.
Yeah, that's about right.
And as far as prior to selling a house, what, if any, did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29th, 2020?
Absolutely not.
have just one moment now?
Yes.
He gets to see the clock right there. He's at 3:46. He's like, what else can I ask him?
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a second, please?
And counsel's going to be asked, do you want to have the cross today and start part of it, or do you just want to start tomorrow? And I think Alan's going to say, oh no, I can get a couple good.
Do you think her nudes are going to be brought up?
Not with this witness. Her nudes are going to come up with the proctor. Karen's pissed. Karen knows exactly. Everybody knows this was the biggest stall job right here. And so this is why they're pissed, is that he gets to go and watch testimony from other people that would have gone today, okay, because he had to be here today waiting. And so now he's going to be able to go home over the weekend and watch all of what everyone has said. This is fucking sick. As much as I love to have public trials and whatnot, like, I'm sorry, but if you're called there for that day, you're testifying. She's upset about something. Something's up. I mean, I think it's what I'm saying, but it could be something else. And if I'm Alan Jackson, I would say, you cut us 30 minutes early yesterday. So we're going to stay till 4:30 and I'll get him done. I want to cross him. I do not want this break over the weekend. I want to cross him today. So we cut them 30 minutes early yesterday. We're going to keep them 30 minutes today. And I can, if you give me my time, I will go till, and then if I don't get it all in by 4:30, then I guess, yeah, he has to come back. But I want the opportunity to ask him some questions before he gets to go home and watch all this testimony. And I think that's reasonable. And so let's see if that'll work. The house was listed November 17th, 2022, and it didn't sell until April of 2023. I'm telling you, Alan Jackson right now is saying, I want to start. You can't just keep ending our days and keep giving. What you're doing is you are giving them, this is an advantage. And if we're trying to tell you this is what's going on, then we had Turtle Boy come in here. That time was what the fuck? I knew that was coming. I just didn't think they were going to do all that. I mean, I don't blame Turtle Boy, like all the stuff that he's been through. Get people over there liking and subscribing and joining and stuff like that. Trust me, like it's a money move. I don't think that it wouldn't be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can stick around.
All right, so Jones, rather than start cross-examination of Mr. Albert, we're going to let you break for the day. And I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests. So next week will be a full week. We'll have every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here. No repetitive testimony so that we can move things along. But we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days. Tuesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st off rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup. And I figured everybody would welcome those days, but I am going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th.
So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down, okay? June 7th, we're off. We will end June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock.
Oh, whoa. Oh, how
All
amazing.
right, so I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Get your bingo
If you
cards.
happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it. I always like to tell jurors, just leave everything here. Your notebooks, literally, figuratively, just leave it here. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Rise for the jury.
She said Monday. Let's see if they have any talk here afterwards, if they're going to talk about anything. She's repeated no repetitive question. That last 30 minutes was not necessary at all.
Here we go. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Okay, here we go. What's going on? Put the mic back on.
One session. Any other evidentiary issues I should be prepared to spend some time on this weekend?
Not for the Commonwealth, no.
No, we can wait on that.
I heard you say we can wait on that, but I'd like to know, is there anything that I should be taking a look at?
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different. I think with regard to Brian Albert, there's really nothing other than I wanted to talk to my co-counsel over the weekend to get the court to potentially revisit the ruling that you just made, which whether you do or you don't, Your Honor, I think you've heard, we can hear more potential. But with regard to Caitlin Albert, Your Honor, there is the issue of the photos between her and Katie McLaughlin. I just wanted to flag that for the court. I think we've addressed that already, and I think the court had said we'd take them on a photo by photo basis.
No, what I said is you need to approach. So before she testifies, let me know where we stand.
Will do.
Okay? Or before your cross-examination.
Will do.
All right. Do we expect to hear from her next week?
Yes.
He thought
Okay.
he was
Probably Monday.
Probably Monday.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Thank
No,
you.
Your Honor, thank you.
okay. So she ruled. They asked for it. They asked if they could go a little bit longer today. And you already made your ruling about that because if we want to adjust stuff, and we're going to adjust it again. They 100% asked if there is no way they wanted to do this. And she's like, no, I'm going to go ahead and she's just a piece of shit. Honorable Bev, my tits. All right. Anybody end up with a bingo there though at the end? Anybody get a bingo? Anybody? No. All right. Anybody end up with one? Check out those words. Get that word link. All right, let's talk about it really quick. Shit. I did find some discrepancies, so they can all kiss my ass. I found some anyways. Okay. They're gonna cross them up so tight, it's not even gonna be funny. Let's first talk about it though. He says that he came home. First of all, it's really interesting to talk about what vehicles. They must have cameras. They must be able to see what kind of vehicle he had. And then he went home and changed as far as Higgins' vehicle, because other witnesses said that Brian Higgins and, ready for this? So if you go back and you take into account what other witnesses have said before Brian Alberts has spoke. There's that lovely exhibit right there. There's a fire hydrant. What's that? That's my fire hydrant. Oh, thank you for telling me about your fire hydrant. Okay. But Little wifey poo. Wifey poo said that Higgins and Albert, they arrived together. His testimony here is that Higgins was like 30 minutes to 45 minutes behind him arriving at the Waterfall bar. Okay. So, which that's going to be interesting. That he says that he arrived later. Okay, great. Not sure who's right, who's wrong. Now, his testimony here is that her tradition, he said her routine or whatever the heck, is to get not only donuts, but it is to get donuts and coffee. Who would leave coffee that's hot in a car for someone like to what? To drink cold coffee? Sounds great. Let me sign up for that. What a great aunt I have. Let's back it up. Here we go. Eddie Hernandez and Brian Albert flew to NYC for a fellow officer from New York City's funeral. Okay. Accompanying down there in New York City, Brian Higgins. He has a work professional relationship, 10, 15 years, worked together. They socialize. Then things started getting closer over the past 2 or 3 years. Kevin, Eddie, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins all load up and get into Higgins's pickup truck and drive to, because it was a snowstorm, they drove back, or they thought it was going to be there, to Charlestown PD station, the Boston PD station. And then he parked his car, he said, here. Okay. This is the Boston. This is in Charlestown. So he was able to pick up his car. That's why he had a vehicle. All right. Now, he then says that, and he said that he picked up his Ford Edge from over there. Okay. Brian beat the bag out of Eddie, almost killed him. He's a witness for the defense. That's true. Now, Brian Albert says that he then decides not to go home and see his son who's about to have a birthday, or go have dinner with his wife and child, Caitlin. But instead, he decides to go to the Hillside, which is a Canton bar that's on the border of the Milton-Canton line. Around 9 or 9:30, he said, yeah, for food and drinks. Well, he then says, no, Higgins may have ordered some food because he's a fat ass, but I just had drinks. And I'm such a pussy that I drink Mick Ultra. That's what he testified to. Then Brian Higgins stayed there. I left. When I walked in, I walk into seeing everybody at a high top table, and then there's these people that I don't know who the Colakithas or whatever. There was Chris, Julie, Matt, Jen. I ordered myself a Mick Ultra. About a half hour later, Higgins shows up. He's like, oh, do you guys have cell phone numbers? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I told Higgins we were going where we're going, and he just shows up. Okay. Half hour after that, John O Keefe came in with the defendant. He referred to Karen Reed as the defendant, not as Karen Reed. He repeatedly, over and over, defendant. He was calling her the defendant. He knew who John O'Keefe was. He's a Boston cop. He's in the sex offenders unit. And that John's friends with Jen and Matt and Julie and Chris and Kevin. He referred to his dog Chloe as it. Just like his wife. You guys, if you're dog people, okay, you don't refer to your dog. They're like your children. All right. Okay. So I want to know why they got this it dog, Chloe, in the first place. Nobody would ever, and in fact, you would say things like she, and, you would never call your dog it, ever. Now, unless you got your dog to be like a watchdog, and you just whatever. Now, he said on the stand that he had a very good relationship with John O'Keefe, and that he is somebody that he considers to go, when he sees him out, he's going to have a good time. Now, prior to that death day when they were all hanging out. A week prior is when he saw the defendant a week earlier at the hillside prior. John was wearing a hat, no injuries, anything like that. Around 12 a.m., he says he's leaving. Around 12 a.m., he's leaving with, it's Brian Albert, his wife, Higgins, and Brian Albert's daughter. Okay. He never mentions the fact that Julie Albert leaves because she has a raging migraine. Okay. He totally, and he said at midnight, my son would be 23. Well, good to know that somebody knows what's up. Something I think that's interesting that's going to come up on Cross here is he said people didn't want to go to the pizza place. I'm curious to know who didn't want to go to the pizza place. Said people didn't want to go to the pizza place. So if Karen wanted to go there, as they're trying to say, Karen wanted to go to the pizza place. Who didn't want to go to the pizza place? All right. Then he talks about Higgins beats him to his house. We're about to find out where Higgins lives. But Higgins, that means that Higgins at some point changes from his silver cab, gray cab, big truck to a Jeep Wrangler at some point from driving back to New York City, getting into his vehicle at some point from right here, Brian leaving right here and seeing Higgins drive away in his, truck. He decides he's going to get his Wrangler. Okay. Now it's going to come up probably on Cross. Well, when you went to, the hillside and he wanted to go there, whatever, did he have his Wrangler or did he have his truck? Okay. Now, for whatever reason it's going to come out here in Cross, there is a reason that they're talking about this car swap switch. Okay, it's really, really important, and I don't know, but why would you even be talking about? How about this? Why would Higgins be in a different vehicle? Think about that. You're dropping somebody off here, then you're dropping somebody off like wherever. I'm going to drop myself off at home. Change. Oh, and I just decided to grab my Wrangler. Oh, because it has my plow on it, and I'm going to go out plowing. I have accounts on the side. I plow. But something is coming with this vehicle switching. I'm telling you. And I think it's interesting, and I'm going to tell you what I think about it. Higgins being there, he had been at the house before because he had twins grad party during COVID. They weren't socially distancing. That would have been in the spring of 2021. I just love fucking with people. Now, at 11:58 a.m., they show them the clip of leaving the waterfall. And then he says, yeah, it's about a 5-minute drive. So it's a 5-minute drive to get from the waterfall, so let's go ahead and say, all right, you got there at, let's say, 12:05, 12:06. He testifies that Brian Higgins got to his house. Okay. Brian Higgins got to his house first. And that Brian Higgins would be such a dipshit to pull that into the driveway, knowing that the owners are going to pull into their own driveway. So then he decides, I'm going to pull in, only then to have to back out and let them in. But then Brian Alberts fucks the dog. He fucks his own dog, because he says, I don't know, he wanted to plow it. He pulls in. There is no snow on the ground to plow. There's also all these other cars that are there. Okay. So that's going to be amazing on cross-examination. That Brian Higgins got there first, backed out. He has a full-size pickup truck cab on the back, Jeep Wrangler white, plowed the driveway is what he says on freaking direct examination. Now, it's going to come up and Cross. Wait, there were no cars in the driveway? So all of your cars were not in the driveway so that he could plow your driveway, but there wasn't any snow on the ground, right? So it's interesting that he has this recollection of this is what he says on the stand, in quotes. Brian Higgins got there first. He then backed out. Full-size pickup truck is what we drove in to come back from NYC. But he had changed vehicles, and he was in his Jeep Wrangler white. I think it's a white Jeep Wrangler, and he plowed the driveway. He had a plow on it. Now, you have Sugar Tits that was just in front of him. Her name's the wifey, Coco Nicole Alberts. They're getting a divorce. Not sure if it's out there in the public, but it most certainly is happening, because the one that was really plowing was Brian Alberts was plowing Nicole Alberts' sister, who's Jen McCabe, allegedly. Now, a lot of plowing going on over there at that 34 Fairview. No cars that we owned. They all had SUVs. So I then made a list of who was in the house or who was even there. You have Colin. Where was his car when he came over? Where'd he park? They have their own SUVs. You have Caitlin didn't drive. So her vehicle would have been there. You have Brian Albert Jr. His car would have been there. Then you have the wifey Pooh. Her car would have been there, which she said was an Escalade type. It was an SUV Cadillac. And then you have he has a Ford Edge. There's a Ford Escape. And then you have to then take into account he had friends over. The Julie, which they're trying to say that she called her brother for a ride, so she didn't have a car. So how the fuck did she get there? You have some Sarah Broad. She's in there, right? Colin's there. Where are all these people's vehicles? If how could even Higgins pull into there? So that would mean that everybody's parking on the street, right? Everybody's out in the street. Now, Brian Albert says that he walks in not the main front door, but the other front door, like the side front door. This is what's crazy. The side front door. But his wife testifies just before this that she walked in the main front door because she wanted to go over there and, like take her shoes off and stuff, because I'm thinking like, why, when you get to go in the other door, you don't have to take off your shoes? Dumbass. So she says that she's going to go in, and that's through the foyer. Okay. And that's where she met Colin. Did I hear you say he screwed Jen? Yeah, I was told that he was plowing Jen McCabe, and that's why they're getting a divorce. And that Nicole was the one that walked in on the. Anyways, so here, check this all out in your head. I'm gonna I'm gonna share a different image. I'm gonna share the image that would matter. Let's see all these exhibits. Does this look like a more true and accurate representation? Fuck it. The house. So he says he saw. Okay. She goes in the foyer. They go in opposite doors, which who would ever do that? Who would ever go in opposite doors? Wouldn't you guys go in one behind the other? So think about this. If you got home, what would be the reason that I would ever go into a different door than the person that I'm coming home with? Well, if there's people over at my house, the way that house is set up, though, it seems like everything's going to be going on behind the house if you're going to be like standing outside smoking or anything like that. But they go in different doors. The wife says she walks in. Oh, there's Colin right in the foyer. Now he says on the stand that when he walks in, he says Colin was at the house for like 5 minutes. He was getting picked up. I then used the bathroom. And then he said, came out and he was gone. Okay. So, and then he says, well, just letting you guys know at 12:18. So here we go. He's saying he's sticking to the story that when he came out, they get home at 12:05. He goes into his house. he goes in the bathroom. Now he's going to have to answer on the stand. I know that Alan Jackson's going to ask him, did you take a number 1 or did you take a number 2? That's coming. I promise you that's coming. 100% coming. Because it matters. Because he says when he gets out that he's gone. Well, how long were you in the bathroom for? Just wondering. Were you in there like, 20 minutes? Were you in there for like, So when he comes out, he says he's gone. But what he says also on direct examination is that after he went to the bathroom, he goes up. He says, I go to the bathroom, then I go to get Chloe, then I take Chloe outside, okay? And she's let out in the back for like 2 or 3 minutes, all right? And they start talking about fucking trains behind there, blah, blah, blah. Dog, but see, he then says when the dog comes back in after doing her business for 2 or 3 minutes, okay, that the dog is then personally walked by himself up into his own personal bedroom that he shares with his wife, and then he puts the dog in that room, and then he comes back downstairs. Now, the question is going to come on cross-examination to clear everything up. Did you have to go upstairs to then take Chloe out from being in your room to then taking her out? Make sense? That's going to come up. Did you, and he kind of got fumbled around there when he was like, well, was Jen there or not? When you got there, so no, Jen comes. Well, when you come out and you notice that Colin's not there anymore, was Jen McCabe there by that point? And he's like, well, and they tried to explain his order again because he's sticking to his script, right? He then says that, there was Julie Nagel. And he says, Julie Nagel, oh yeah, she went outside because her brother was going to pick her up. But then she decided not to leave. And so she came back in. And so what's going to happen here on cross, AJ is going to make him put that in order. Like, well, so what time do you think that was? Because he's like, no, John O Keefe and Karen Reed never came into the house. And he's going to put him like, well, how do you know that? How do you know that he never came into the house? You have 2 front doors here, right? And if you went into the bathroom, right, and then you went outside to let your dog out, and then you went upstairs to take your dog up into your room, okay, are you sure you didn't go upstairs with anybody else? Did you go upstairs in the bedroom and have hanky-panky with anybody else before you came down? Is it possible that John O'Keefe actually went in there and you did not know? Isn't it possible? So he's going to make him change the statements and say, like, you don't know. You just didn't see him. Did you ever ask, and did you call around and ask people, hey, did you see John O'Keefe that night? Were you calling around and asking anybody that? In fact, you said that you called Higgins. When you called Higgins to come on over, did you ask Higgins, hey, did you see O'Keefe that night? He didn't come in, did he? Did he come inside here? Now, then they really have to hone in on the fact that after he comes downstairs, that they were playing music, it was loud, blah, blah, and that Nicole finally came upstairs, and it was not unusual to leave the doors unlocked, because how would Jen McCabe get in if she didn't have a key, that type of stuff. Then Matt McCabe, now this is the time frame that things get really wonky here, and I'm going to read some of the stuff that's in a different report. He's messing everything up once we get to the morning time. Okay. Once we get to the morning time, is he starts messing things up with what time people are coming in to interview him, what's the order, what time frame, things like that. So let's go and take a look at what he said to Proctor in his interview, because Alan Jackson is going to be using this. So if you guys want to see exactly what he said, stick around, and here you go. Let's see. I'm trying to talk so fast you guys can so I can keep it moving. I like to move it. Cheers. He never said that what Higgins was doing while he was doing all this running around. Never mentioned Higgins in the kitchen. Yeah, he also said, wait till we get to the part where he's like, yeah, then I thought Higgins might want to see some plaques and stuff, so I took him upstairs. You want to know why they have to talk about this, guys? Because it's about the number of times that you're going up and down flights of stairs that they would have eventually probably got with but Higgins said that he never went upstairs to look at any pictures. So this is going to be really interesting. And I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that anybody, like, Lally's not going to have a job after this. This is whatever want. Nobody should be getting in trouble in Canton with a prosecutor like this, or in whatever county, Norfolk County. If this man is your prosecutor, you need to take it to trial. This guy sucks, big old dick. If anybody takes a plea deal from this man prosecuting your case, then you are making the hugest mistake. Like, beyond huge. This man, you need to go all the way. You need to go all the way to court. You need to take that bitch to trial. All right. Interview of Brian Alberts. This was on April 7th, 2022. This would have been Trooper Proctor. Brian and his wife, Nicole, arrived at the Waterfall bar at approximately 10 p.m. Brian and his wife, Nicole, arrived at the Waterfall bar at approximately 10 p.m. That's not what happened. First sentence is a fucking lie, according to this testimony. And to meet some friends. Brian only met John O Keefe a few times and did not know Karen Reed. Brian stated when John and Karen entered the bar, they appeared to be in a good mood, did not observe any arguing amongst the two or with anyone else. While speaking with John at the bar, Brian stated he did not appear to be intoxicated and did not speak with Karen. When Brian and Nicole left the bar to go home, John and Karen were still inside. Brian stated he did not know John and Karen were coming to his house and were invited by Jennifer McCabe. Brian stated he would have welcomed them inside if they arrived, but did not know they were coming over. Brian stated he did not see a vehicle out front of his house, did not know John and Karen were outside, and did not hear any loud noises from the street. Brian stated he did not see a vehicle out front of his house. That's going to get him in so much trouble right there. Next up. He said he wouldn't say the name Bukaki because he was going to say Bukaki and he didn't want to say Bukaki. Now listen to Matt McCabe, right? This was on April 7th. Well, I don't know if that's the day that it was typed up, so maybe that's the type update, because they just don't do a good job reporting. Well, at 34 Fairview, this is Matt McCabe. Well, at 34 Fairview Road, Matt stated he observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Matthew stated he was making these observations from the front door. So Matt McCabe, let me show you guys what we're talking about here, is saying that he was standing at the front door right there. Perfect. There we go. There you go. And now they're going to ask him, well, what door? Like this one, you know. He said he was standing, Matthew. Oh, yeah. Matthew stated he was making these observations from the front door. Matthew stated he looked out the front window and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property. Now, this is where it gets amazing. You got this window, this window, this window, this window. I'm just showing you the front windows. this window. He said he moves to the window, to the wall. Sweat dropped down my balls. Okay. Nobody was in. If you go to the left, that's what is the study area. Like, no, that's not where anybody is. Then you go to the you go to the right, but everybody was gathering back in this area. See this? See, you're coming through this. So up, so you're sitting. So let me back that up. So I see that the table actually is the kitchen table. You can see out that window. So let me back it up. I think you can see it out this window. Right here is where the kitchen table is. And then there's even something over there. Okay. So next. So Matthew stated he looked out the front window and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property, approximately 15 to 20 feet. Now, how can you see if it was over here on the right side and all these cars are in the driveway? How can you see that? So you're saying that SUV then moved over here. Okay, like, but you have all the cars in the driveway. Matthew was not sure how long the vehicle was outside, but did not hear any loud noises or screaming from inside. Matthew stated both times he observed the vehicle on the street, the headlights were facing towards Chapman Street. Matthew stated he observed tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house. Matthew described the pattern as a wave or a V shape. Matthew stated the tire tracks went from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor across the street and then back towards the curb. Are you out of your fucking mind to be able to see this? Don't you think that after, if he gives this testimony, that they should be able to go out to this house, the jurors, and I want you guys to stand right where Coffindoffer went up there and took her fucking pictures. I want you to stand right there, and I want you to see shit. I mean, who get the train schedule for the timeline? We might just have to. Wow. Okay, so Matthew said that they got to the waterfall at 9. Matthew stated that they went to the bar, have some drinks with food and friends. Matthew stated John and Karen under the waterfall ball by themselves, and John was wearing a baseball cap with a curved visor. Matthew did not observe any arguing amongst John and Karen. And everyone was having a great time. Matthew stated John and Karen left before him, and the only people left inside of the bar were the 4 band members and himself. Matthew left and got into his vehicle where Jennifer was waiting for him and heard her call John to invite him to Brian Albert's house. The pattern of the tracks were consistent with making a 3-point turn. God, if I hear 3-point turn. Matthew stated he did not see these tracks prior to the big black SUV arriving outside of the house. Matthew, you're so full of shit, you fat fuck. That's all I gotta say. Sergeant Yuri Bukaki. Okay, moving on. He mixes up. So we got Brian Albert that's saying that he knew who Gallagher was. He said when he came in, Lank was the only person that was there, and never mentions Good. Never mentions him at all. Then he says that, oh yeah, the second time they came in, it was Lank and it was Gallagher. I know Gallagher. Okay. And I'm over here saying, wait a second, that's not what any of the officers have said. And nobody else has said this but him. The first people that come there, or the police that come into that house, is Lank and Good. Then they leave. Then Lank says, oh, then Matt McCabe shortly after arrived. And then so I went back in there. Okay. And then talked to Matt. Then I left up out of there. Then by the time we processed the scene, did whatever, took our pictures, then we made it no longer a crime scene, which is going to be great on Cross. You called it a crime scene. There was no crime tape. There was no crime scene tape up. So why are you calling it a crime scene? How did you know where it was? Who told you where it was? There was never any crime scene tape up. That's going to come up on Cross, on Brian Albert. He's history on that. Then he says, he refers to it as the second time, which is when they come back, when they were called back there at 9:00. And that's the time that he's referring to as the second time. But that in fact would actually be the third time. Because like I said, Good and Lank go in, then they leave, then Lank goes back in there after, according to Lank, after he sees McCabe come by, which is accurate because if you look at the phone records, why is Jen calling her husband if her husband's sitting right there next to her? Okay. So I pointed that out in a different episode. I said, well, they're not in the same place, at least until after 6:57, because she's calling him. Then here it is. Brian Albert decides and says it on direct examination. I called Brian Higgins. Well, and then he's like, well, why'd you call Brian Higgins? Well, because I think he should have known. I think that he should have been told. Excuse me? What? You think that he should have been told? And then the question came up, well, I didn't know any relation. He says that there was no relationship between that I knew of Brian and the defendant. And I didn't. So then why would you call him? So he comes over there and then again gets that mixed up because he says that, then he says Julie came over. Then he says Chris came over later. Alan Jackson's going to sort all of that shit out. Where he starts failing miserably, he has a story down. He's telling it, boom, boom, boom. Brian Albert goes nosedive. Whoop. It's right when you return back to this house. That's when his story is just the wildest shit I've ever said. Wildest shit. Swingers is a sex crime or isn't a sex crime unless someone gets roofied. Yes. I've always said I wanted to know if this was something to do with something like that. People are they notorious for that? Swapping and sticking. He says eventually Julie came over. Oh, she had a routine where she'd bring coffee and donuts but I saw her, so then I went out. I saw her in the driveway, so then I went out. How could she be in the driveway? All those vehicles were there. Oh, you saw her walking up. That's right, because you guys are creepy like that. And told her to come in, and then he says Chris Albert comes over. Well, when did Chris Albert come over? Because so Julie drove home, got Chris then come over. And then it just got ridiculous. Then I was like, I can't even. And then they just want to talk about fire hydrants and where they were located in rundown boxes. But he said that he saw nobody come into the house. Nobody was coming into the house. And swapping and see like that. How else do I? Let's take a look at something really quick. The photo. I want to pull up that photo. Was it just me, or did it look like the grass was plowed? Do you know the photo that Lally kept showing? Let me show you the photo that I'm talking about. Okay, he kept showing this photo here. Let me share. Here you guys go. Okay.
Different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gumman, you can take that.
He's in high.
Daves are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
So they arrived sometime after Colin had left.
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of.
Did you physically see Colin leave? Did you physically see him leave? Walk out the door, say goodbye, give him a hug? And so how do you know that he didn't go downstairs in the basement? How do you know that he left? You say you went off into the bathroom. So he could have in fact went downstairs in the basement. Isn't that correct? Well, he told me that he had a ride there, and then I ended up going down to the basement a little bit after that, and I didn't see him down there. This cross is going to be so sick. Anyways, I want to show you what picture I'm talking about.
Can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
But wasn't acting like that
After the
outside.
second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Wait, what do you mean when she came with the coffee? Wait a second. Hold on one second. Wait, what? The first time she came with the coffee. Interesting.
I may have one moment, John.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
I believe it
Boom.
would be.
All right, take a look at that. This photo right here. Why would you see where the fire hydrant is, right? That's up on the grass. Okay. Do you see all that grass that's not have snow on it? You see that? You guys see that part? You guys see how there's was this all shoveled? And to push the snow, like all of it, like do you guys see that is not. Wait, let me do it like this. This right here, that's the grass. This is all grass. It said John O Keefe was over here. I mean, what the fuck is this? Why is this all pushed like up like that? What the fuck is this? Who took this picture? The person, how are you admitting into evidence a picture? Like, where did this fucking thing come from? Nobody to date until today have I ever seen this picture. But right here, all of this push, what is this? And is this them shoveling out to try to find what?
This one right here.
When was this? But see, I don't understand how this is in evidence when nobody testified to taking this picture. Normally, the way that this works is, do you recognize this picture? Well, it's a picture of my house. But okay, did you take that picture? No, I didn't take that picture. So where did this come from? Normally, you have to, that's a picture, okay. Are you just using it for purposes of what? From that morning? But what it looks like over here is it looks like, that's why I was making a joke about it. I was like, was someone plowing your guys' grass? Like, but why would this area, what is this for? Like, how long, like, what'd you do? Come and bring a snow blower? Did you bring a snow blower over here? You guys, this is all grass. That's all grass. This is, right here's your curb, right here. So this, like, this is all grass. Like, look at where the fire hydrant is. Like, this is your curb right here. So this is all grass. So did somebody plow this area? I mean, what? Why does everything else have snow on it, but this doesn't? Well, because we came back over and we started hunting for pieces of glass, I guess. Well, okay, well, when? What is this? I don't even know what to say, but I think this is such a bad, like, do you think that the jurors are like, what am I looking at here? Anyways, so breaking news is that we have 3 people. Let me take that back. We have 2 people. Tristan, he was going out to plow. He picked up his girlfriend at 2 o'clock in the morning with a plow on his truck, whatever vehicle he has. And then Higgins is there with his Wrangler that has a plow on it. All right. 2 people with plows. Now I personally believe that the plan was to always say, when they decided to put him over here, all right, because I don't believe that John O'Keefe walked over there and then collapsed or something like that. He had his phone on him. He could have called somebody, all right? I believe that he was placed, all right? And please tell me that this guy was not pushed in any type of way with one of those people's plows. Because that's crazy. But the reason I'm saying this is because who would ever put a body? This is the side that's the, you know, this is the stupidest cover up ever. Why would you put a body on your own lawn? Why would you leave a body on your own lawn?
Well, what if you put it outside from the wake up? Like, here.
Well, I mean,
and then he doesn't.
why would you think that you could put a body on your own? Well, this is why. This is what I believe. I believe that he was in the backyard. I believe that he was in the backyard and that Karen Reed was starting to go look for him. Okay. She's going to come over here. But then they had to go to her, say, no, we're going to come to you. We're going to come to you. You stay there. We're going to come to you. And then we'll go out looking. Because then they go there and like, well, let's check the house again. Let's make sure that he's not in the house. That's called stalling. You guys, that's stalling. All right. Without a doubt, stalling. You're going to come in the house and check the house and make sure he's not in the house? That reaches stalling to me. So then you get there and then, okay. Because I just can't imagine somebody being like, I'm going to come in your house and make sure that the person's not in there. I just can't imagine that. I can't imagine that I would tell you, like, and like, hello, the niece is right there. Like, the niece knows that John O'Keefe is not in the house. You know what I'm saying? But where Brian Alberts proves to me that something happened and that everybody was in cahoots and whatnot. Yeah. And that something happened in that house is because everything he's explaining until he remembers everything like it was yesterday, right? You know, he's also talked to a couple grand juries, so give him that. How could you forget a day like this that somebody's found dead on your lawn, you know? But why would Jennifer McCabe enter a burner number in your name in that morning, and then you talk to Jennifer McCabe from that burner for 23 minutes? This is the part of the story on why they needed to talk about that, because they're right here. Let me show you Jennifer McCabe's phone records, and his is going to come up too here on Cross. So using Hector. Leanna, I sent you an email with a short video. Ooh, who's it from? Is it Goodies? I like Goodies. H-bag, it better be some good ass shit. Let me take a look at this. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw this the other night.
Sergeant Albert cut his teeth as a Marine in Operation Desert Storm. He views his work back in Boston as equally important. And he knows it's just as dangerous.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Not that good. Oh yeah, I got it. I'll play it there at the end. He's a trained boxer fighter. Take a look, guys. All right, now we get to the goods. So she put that number in her phone, right? She tried to call it, says, or I'm sorry, from incoming. So it's from this number, right? Up here, she tried to call it at 6:23. Okay. But then here, from right there. So it's incoming. She answers it. It was 1:31. Then the outgoing back, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. You see that? Let's see what time it was though. 12:20, 11:30, 12:20. See those? And now what just happened there right before he said, I have no more further questions, is he asked Brian what he did that next morning. You know, what he did. He's saying, I went over to Jennifer McCabe's house. Isn't that what he said?
To comfort her.
To comfort her.
He's such a comforting, likable guy.
Tarnish the plow didn't stop there, or there would be a pile. That were the plow pushed into the yard. Yeah, well, which way? They're all in the grass there. They need to get some new plow people. 0 chance he got hit by a plow. See his injuries and you'll agree. Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I don't think that he got hit by a plow either. I'm saying that their plan was to say that he got hit by a plow. What do you think? You think their plan was, we know that he's not going to wake up, and we're blaming Karen Reed in the morning? That was not their plan in the morning. That was not the plan. That wasn't the plan to blame her.
They just lucked into that with what happened, the circumstances that were broken to her, like when she backed up.
I think their plan changed last minute.
I think that's why Higgins went in at 1:30 a.m. And you notice how
That's why it's so sloppy.
you notice how Brian had to stick with that. The person who left first was Higgins. It was around 1:30 because that's the person who's on a video camera on a clock entering somewhere. So he has to account for that. Everyone else probably isn't somewhere on video camera. So he's like, Brian, Higgins is the one that left first.
Yep.
That's another thing that is a big red flag for me personally, in my opinion.
You guys, I think this was what I just can't believe though, what I think is just crazy, and maybe it's just, it probably saved Karen Reed's life. Okay. For whatever reason, she did not go in there. Okay. Or she doesn't remember going in there. I don't know if they were roofied. I don't know what. Because then John starts drinking out of her glass, Maybe she didn't drink any of that and she was supposed to. And here John gets, ends up taking that drink and it was supposed to be for her, but she didn't end up drinking that drink. But nobody would like, it wasn't like we're planning on killing somebody. It was they were fighting, and it went from fighting to somebody not stopping. And then I believe that if these people aren't sick, then when you hit him, he then fell back and knocked his head right into like where the dumbbells are, like where the dumbbells are. Yeah. And then everybody's like, holy shit, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?
Instead of doing life, like.
Yeah. Instead of trying then to save his life and just like, it's no, like, I don't know why it would be that they pure panicked when.
But you're not sad, he'll come to.
Yeah.
He'll come to. It's cold enough, he'll come to. I mean, anything like that.
But it's interesting though, this part, when you're Googling house long to die in the cold, I don't know why you're Googling that at 2:27, because you're like, I don't, then you.
Maybe you put him out at 1:30 and then you look outside the window, he hasn't moved.
Well, she was already at home. She was at home at 2:27. But they were talking on the phone. But the best part here is that we're going to get to talk about his burner phone. He has a burner number. And I can't wait for him to just say, I know exactly what he's going to say. My number was out there because of police stuff. And so, yeah. Oh, so she needed to have that phone to get in touch with you. Like, this is just going to be amazing. When the jury hears this cross, this is curtains. Bye-bye. See ya. And I know Alan Jackson has stuff up his sleeve, because guess what they got? They got this man's phone records. They got it on a Rule 17 and the Rule 14. Boom. They got it. They got the third-party subpoenas. They were granted. They got the stuff from the feds. So it's going to be, let me zoom in on these. Let's see, look what else this hoe was doing all morning. So she said she was talking to cops and stuff, right? What time's the cop come there? Okay, gets there at 9. All right, well, she's back on the phone. And then she calls Carrie Roberts. All right, at 8, same time right after. Then she makes a phone call to Carrie Roberts. So we know that right there at 9:30, cops were done. She's on the phone with Carrie Roberts. And that's the testimony that Julie and Nicole, I'm sorry, not Julie, but Nicole Albert testified today that, yeah, we were all just sitting around. We were in shock. And then Jen's trying to keep in touch with Carrie because Carrie's at the hospital. She's trying to update us. She's with the parents of, O'Keefe's. Well, guess what? That's going to come and backfire, because I'm a master of timelines. John O'Keefe was already dead. He was dead 7:50. Look at what time these Carrie Roberts calls are coming in. Carrie Roberts would have had to have known. Okay. You're not getting updates at 9:33 and 22 seconds, 10:40. Then now we're going to get into the fact, because guess what hasn't happened yet? Nobody's talked about fucking John O'Keefe's phone yet. And have they saved it for this man? Have they saved to talk about John O'Keefe's phone to this man?
Or his wife. I mean,
Okay.
Jen Kelly.
Mm-hmm. There was a call over the plow radio at 4:30 a.m. that said man down in the snow, but the few people that heard it were threatened not to mention it ever. That should come out with the prosecution direct. Interesting. This chart of the phone calls is absolutely great. Who they say someone's going to break. Well, somebody has said that Higgins has flipped. Now, I think it's going to be great, because if you went to the bathroom and you went outside to take the dog out, then during those times, you wouldn't know who was coming and who was going. Isn't that correct, Mr. Alberts? That's correct. Do you have eyes in the back of your head? Sustained. Because that's argumentative.
You You look out, the kitchen window that looks conveniently only out the backyard, but you
No,
don't bother.
I have the kid. They have, I think, 2 different tables because there's a kitchen window that looks out the front.
Well, he's talking about the big bay, the big
bay windows.
But you don't look out your window when you go to bed.
And if they got all the phone records, I was told this guy attempted to destroy his phone, so we'll see about that. Meanwhile, it was preserved in an order that you couldn't do that, so that's interesting. I know that Bev is trying to strap them. This cross, though, is going to be sick. You know, who the hell after they just drove all that way, right? From New York. And then you're dropping people off. And then you just decide, yeah, hey, do you want to grab a drink? You want to grab some food? Well, yeah, why wouldn't we go and meet up with our, you know, hey, yeah, my wife and kid are at the Waterfall. Let's go there. No, instead you go and, you know, me and Higgins are going to be by ourselves at Hillside. I think that's really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. Yeah, rumor that Higgins signed the proffer with the feds. I heard the same thing. And so all that I can think of with that is if you're signing a proffer, that means that you lied and then you're willing to deal. Okay. So, but now my question is that going to come out in this case? And I think it can, because they're going to be able to ask in connection with this case, did you testify at a federal grand jury? Yes. At any point did you know, how about what happened with, we found out that Julie Albert, the Massachusetts State Police took her phone, but all they did was look at it. Here you go. Back in April of 2024. You got to be kidding me. You know, remember the lights went on in the house before the cops went in, so they weren't coming down the stairs and the cops were at the front door. Great reminder right there, AJ. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Somebody was down there turning the lights on. They're probably going to say Jennifer was doing it, you know.
And okay, you guys, who goes into a cop's house and according to the wife, and they use the exact same word because it is staged, what they're saying, it's a script. She burst in through our door. Now, I wouldn't do that if I was walking into my brother-in-law. I don't care. He probably keeps a gun next to him. You don't burst into someone's bedroom unannounced.
Wait, she calls Uncle Brian again on that one. Uncle Brian again. 116. Now, what I've been told through this paperwork is that that the phone was turned over when Jennifer McCabe went to the police station. So when did Jennifer McCabe go to the police station? And because she just realized, oh, I had his phone. Like this, I just think it's absolutely crazy that in 2 weeks, because we don't get to hear of anything until Monday, in 2 weeks, there has not been one single question from the prosecutor, nor one single question from Yannetti, Little, or Alan Jackson asking any witness if they saw a phone. They've asked, you would notice something big, right? They would never say the word phone. Not once. Neither has the prosecutor. They've mentioned his, when they asked all the firefighters, you guys are ripping his clothes off, you guys are cutting off his clothes. And then what do? You give him to the nurse, and the nurse gives him to who? And so therefore, John O Keefe's phone should have, if it was underneath him, it wouldn't be in his clothes, right? So then therefore it couldn't be with the property that was handed over by the nurse to then the police for that chain of custody. Where is this phone? Not a single person has this been asked. I want to know who's going to be the person that they're waiting to ask that with.
And you think?
And I think it. Well, I thought that maybe once I saw that Little didn't ask what's her tits? No, Nicole. Once she didn't ask Nicole, did Jen hand you anything? Because she's denying the fact that I didn't get any phone calls, and I wasn't down there until, I didn't go down there at 6:08, like the data shows. So I think they're gonna wait for it, and they're gonna have to ask that with they may ask with Roberts just to say, did you guys try calling his phone? Did you try calling O'Keefe's phone when you were driving around looking for him? Were you guys calling his phone, leaving messages? Were any of you guys calling his phone? And then when you guys got there, did you hear his phone ringing? Things like that. Woo-wee! I think they might have to wait till Jen. But they may be able to get out, like, were you calling him? Did you try to call his phone? Everybody should have been trying to call his phone, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's bizarre that, what's her face? Katie, the nurse, didn't call.
Let's take a look really quick here at Jen's steps really quick. So these time frames that they were all saying that they were sitting around, right? Take a look at this. What's that? Oh, it said power off. It said something. It's doing something.
Oh my God. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. It's doing that thing. Go ahead. It's doing that SOS thing.
Oh. Yeah. We'll tell you one day what that was about. That's fucking awesome.
In the middle of and then my phone's doing the SOS thing.
Yeah, she'll get the picture.
And it's gonna be you.
Cheers to Miss Little. We love you. She's a fucking rock star. Maybe they will ask Brian. Okay. I'm going to back out so you guys can see besides my writing. All right. So right here is the steps. This is the time that the steps start, and this is the time that they finally end. It doesn't mean that you have to be walking the whole time throughout that, but it's in an interval enough that so many minutes after that last step has concluded, it shuts it off. Just so everybody understands that. So see 6:32 to 6:38. Those steps taught 177. Okay. Then from 6:39 to 6:40. And it's registering on both. Like, see how it's like, if it's like the watch versus the iPhone. So you can kind of like pay attention. And that's why I did it on my Excel spreadsheet. But I want you guys to look right here. Boom. From 7 to 7, you got steps. But then she doesn't take steps again until 7:30. See that? So she's sitting, what I believe, from 7 until 7:30. That's when I think that this would have been happening with the talking to somebody, because she's like, see, she's sitting. So see, the next one's at 7:30. Also, I don't know, call me crazy, but you see how this is all watch? Okay, thanks. I'm curious if she was going to try to say that she didn't have her cell phone if they were to ask for it. Okay. And I'm curious, but then she knew too many specifics, like, okay, yeah, no, at 12:14 he called me, so I think that she did have her phone out there. Don't you think that it would have been a great question to ask somebody who called 911? Which one of you guys called 911? Because that's such poor quality. Hey, which one did one of you guys call 911? Like, who was the 911 caller? Why would you delete your 911 call? Anyways, then right here, so then she's back up walking and making steps at 7:30. And then she sits down again for 15 minutes. Okay. 15 minutes, she's not moving. So we have 30 minutes, she's not moving. Then we have another 15 minutes. Okay. Then another 15. Mind you, Julie isn't there yet. Now, hold on, hang tight. Let's take a look at her phone calls. Let's see when she calls Julie. When Jen McCabe calls Julie. Look at this. It's an incoming call. She rejected it. So, how did Julie say she was notified again? Who called Julie? Which would be Colin's mother. Am I writing all of this down in a paragraph and timeline? Yeah, this is my own one. This is all my stuff. My stuff's in very, very tidy form. But so she wouldn't have talked to. Now, who's Julie related to? I've seen all your notes. It's amazing. Yeah, it's all. I have tons of stuff. But I'm kind of confused here. So who called Julie? Julie just decided to get up and go over there herself. She didn't know about anything, right? She was just doing her normal tradition. That's how Julie got over there, because that's what they were wondering. That's what everybody was always wondering. Wait, who called Julie? Why'd Julie come over there? Oh, because every morning she does this. You know, it's because there's no phone records of showing anybody calling Julie. And so, well, nobody called Julie because Julie just came over. Julie just came over. Okay. Nobody called Julie because Colin just told his mom, right, when he got home. 4:55 a.m. Jen called her. $4:55 a.m. That's what I thought too. Funny thing is this only starts at 5:33. Uncle Brian A answers 4 minutes and 35 seconds at 2:36. Uncle Brian A 5:15 at night. Kara, where's Coco? My 2:36. Huh. She said no one. I know. She said no one called her. She just woke up in the morning, saw it was a fucking blizzard, then decided I'm gonna go get my Dunkin' Donuts and coffee. And now someone's saying, well, she probably got iced coffee. That's why it was fine to leave it in the car. But then Brian Alberts happens to see her come on over, and he's just like, so my question is, where did you park when you got there? 8:30. Higgins was already there. Higgins is already there, according to, I'm telling you, we need to go back, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to listen to everything that crazy eye rolling little CUNT. I'm gonna do it like this. First of all, I have to call the Waterfall bar. I have to see if Rebecca wants to have a shot on me. She can just run my card from far away if they do that in those parts, or if that's not a thing. I can't forget to call my girl Rebecca.
Waterfall Bar and Grill, can I help you?
Hi, is Rebecca there?
May I ask who's calling?
Yeah, this is Lana calling. I was trying to buy a shot for my friend Keith, who's going to be up there later. She told me. Okay, thanks.
Can I take a message for her? She's a little busy right now.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Just have her give me a call. I was just trying to buy a round of fireballs for Keith, who's coming in there. We play like Frogger, so like it's tag your it, so he has to like buy me one the next time. Do you guys do that there?
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Okay, cool. Yep. Just have Rebecca. He knows Rebecca, so like if she just gives me a call, then I can give her my card number and I can ring like. Keith? Yeah, Keith. I wanna line up 5 fireballs for Keith and the staff.
All right.
Okay, so can you just give her my cell phone?
Yep. What is it?
Okay. Yep. Okay, thanks so much, hon. All right. I want to know how deep that. Let's see what they have on the menu here at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Looks nice outside. Ooh. Let's see what else. I gotta make another call too. Dunkin' Dorn headquarters. Give me my stuff. Anybody else find any inconsistencies? Let's go back really quick to the woman. Her name is Coco Nicole. She says, Nicole said it was the 23rd birthday. Julie said it was the 22nd, and Chris said it was the 21st. She said that Brian drove back in Higgins's truck. Caitlin and Tristan. Chris said that Tristan. So Chris said that Tristan arrived later, but Nicole said that Caitlin and Tristan were there before. Tristan, that's the first time we heard that Tristan was plowing that night. She said stop by the house. She said that to her sister. Colin Albert was there when she arrived. She went in a different location, the other door than like the side door. And the car location was, she used the side door into the family room. The kids usually use that door. She went into the front door into the foyer. Colin was like 17 at that time. I talked to him maybe, I don't know, a couple minutes, probably less than that. Didn't see him the rest of the night. I was doing the mom thing. I was cleaning up around, blah, blah, blah. Brian Higgins arrived before them. 12:15, Jen McCabe. They all sat at the table, the kitchen table. And okay, it was an open floor plan, and that Caitlin around 2 a.m. she was the last one to leave with her boyfriend. He came and picked her up because he was like, doing shoveling and that plowing thing, and that she fell asleep probably around like 2 or 2:30, because it's going to come up in cross-examination of Brian Albert that he was having sex with her because he didn't answer any call, like that he was butt dialing. Okay. There is something fishy with Tristan, 100%. Yeah. Then she says, only Lank came in. So this would be inconsistent from what Lank said when he's like, Good went inside with me, and Good said that he went in there with him. But she claims that only Lank came in, and that she remembered there was cruisers there. There's no ambulance. She can't remember the fire truck. She remembered a couple cruisers. And she said that it was Matt, Jen, Brian, Nicole. They were all at the dining table sitting there for 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Well, we just went through here, and there is at no point in time. Okay. And she said everybody was just sitting around there when they were. She said that Lank was interviewing her for 45 minutes. Let me just zoom in. Yeah, 12:14. I'm sorry, 12:13 is when Jen left the water. Yep, 12:13. Let me zoom in here for a second, guys. Like 45 minutes. Lank wasn't in there for no 45 minutes, yo. Where do you see that Jen McCabe's sitting for 45 minutes? Okay, no. Sorry, honey. You might have that confused with the second time he came in. Then she said, Good came in later, stating there we were just all in shock. So she is saying that she does remember Good coming in. Now check this out. She's saying that Lane came in only by himself the first time. The second time, well, she doesn't say how she says it the second time. She says Good came in later. Does that mean that Lank was still in there and then Good came in, or did they walk in together because somebody else said the cops were at the door walking in? And stated there they were just in shock after the cops left the house. They were just in shock. And they were just all around the table. Jen, her, Brian Higgins. 15, 20 minutes after Lank is when Brian Higgins arrived. Well, was that the first time that Lank went in there? And it was. Then she said, Carrie and Jen were giving us updates while we were sitting around. Okay, if we look at the updates, there's your times with Carrie. Here's the Carrie Roberts stuff. Carrie Roberts. So I guess we can go back here. Matt McCabe's still calling at this time. So he's, why would you call somebody if you're sitting right next to them? Okay. Matt McCabe, 6:52, making phone calls to Jen. And she rejected it. Okay. Because she was with the fucking police. And this is when I believe that right here, 6:47 to, what was it? 6:47 to 7 o'clock is what the time that I believe that the first encounter happened. If this is, if I have Jen not moving for those 13 minutes. Then you have Karen. To Karen. Karen didn't answer. That wasn't until 7:11. And then incoming from Karen called right back. And then Carrie Roberts. $7:30. 7:49. Who is this? Let's just call it and find out. Then she says that at 8 or 8:30, Julie pulled in with a box of donuts. Was heading to the car. That's just her, like, ritual. She should be made aware of what is going on. Excuse me, we're going to go to 304 when she says this. Let's see. 304 of the video. You guys, it has nothing to do with batteries. Anybody that's known my channel for a while, it's in our drywall. We're looking for it. These fucking idiots that built this fucking place put in smoke detectors in your fucking ductwork. The fuck, all right? So trust me. Where was I going? Okay, yeah, here. Let me share this. Now I have this marked timestamp with, it's at the 3 hour and 1 minute.
Without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all of this?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
Right there, he had been friends with John and Karen. You want to know what Brian Albert testified to? That Brian Higgins had no relationship with the defendant. Suck it. I love how I make my notes. Let's hear some more of these lies. Tell me lies.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And
right there. Awesome. If Lank was done like around, like, because she's thinking that Lank came in like at 6:30. So she thought that Lank was in there for like 45 minutes. That's what she testified to. That Lank was in there for 45 minutes from 6:30 until 7:15. And then it was Matt, Jen, Brian, Nicole. Where the fuck were your kids? Oh, they, well, Brian Jr. was sleeping and, what I mean? Like, so, okay.
what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30.
Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at the call log here. And so Carrie Roberts, so she never talks about how Jennifer McCabe called Karen in front of her presence at 7:21 and 7:21. They talked for 2 minutes and 19 seconds. You don't recall that? You don't recall that? Then you got Karen. So then you got Carrie Roberts is at 7:33, 7:49. Carrie Roberts again at 8:46. So at 7:49, Carrie Roberts, she called Carrie Roberts at 7:49, and that's when he was being declared dead at 7:50. And for whatever reason, Jennifer deleted from her 5:33 phone call all the way until 8:50, but then didn't delete anything else. Like after she left everything be at from 8:59 and and 34 seconds on, but she deleted all the other stuff. Now check this out.
I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway and I saw her get out.
So she pulled into the driveway. She pulled into the driveway. Now we've seen every picture. Okay. So she would have had to pull into the second part. Like it's like a double wide. There's nowhere to pull in on the left side. And if Matt McCabe then arrives and he doesn't pull all the way up, where the fuck does Julie pull into, you lying bitch? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me go to my exhibits because I have all the exhibits. Okay. Now, stop. And then let me show the screen. Okay. Exhibits. Look at that jackass opening up that. What an exhibit to see there. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like you to point to me, okay? So, let's show you. First of all, do you guys see this? You guys see how it's just all this is white snow? See where the fire hydrant is? Okay, when does it become all just, did someone go over there and just start snow blowing? Anyways, so they do another nice little view. Let me get you that other side view that Lally likes to use. Here it is. There we go. Now we're talking. So you're going to pull up right here. Okay. And she saw that, right? In the blizzard conditions, right? Okay. So where's everybody's cars now? Let's talk about this. So you have how many vehicles? Because you only have 1, 2, 3. Whose vehicle is that? Isn't that the McCabe vehicle? Isn't that Matt McCabe's vehicle? I mean, what liars? See, I would be saying, can you point me to where you parked? Where you think you saw it?
She was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they.
Okay, so check this out. Her son's vehicle, he didn't leave and he didn't go anywhere, right? So that tells me that his vehicle should be all the way up, right? Unless when you guys all got home, you guys were all playing musical chairs with your car. So which one of these vehicles is Brian Albert Jr.?
They had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, oh.
Objection.
Okay, it's not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door to, because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
All right. So then we go to, yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, let's go back to her testimony here, which was, you should be made aware of that. Okay. Trooper say, okay, a couple days later at my house. Yes. But where did she say only 255? Right here.
Sorry, Your Honor, 1 moment.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Lally.
Let me back you up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
Between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she said some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on.
Do you understand that nobody, not a single person that was a cop, first responder, not a single person said that Jen McCabe nor Carrie Roberts were hysterical. The only person that was hysterical was Karen Reed. This is the first person to testify that Jen McCabe was in hysteria. Okay?
What's going on? What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the Waterfall?
Do you see the story that she's giving? How many times is she touching her hair, playing with everything with her face? Watch.
Sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom. Do you know about what
Here
time
we go.
that was?
Story time. Watch.
Between 6 and 6:30.
Hands. Watch her
Fair to
hands.
say that's not a normal occurrence?
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she said some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the Waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could he be outside? And she's like, you got to get out. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
Boom. Who let that motherfucker in? That means Jen McCabe let him in. What do you mean? As she was walking down, or she's going to say, well, my husband got down there before me, so he's letting them in. But as I'm walking down, Officer Lank is walking in.
And so that front foyer would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank, or there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And
So how good were my notes? Those are pretty accurate, right? Everything that you just said there. There's a couple. I saw a couple cruisers there. There was no ambulance, and I can't remember if there was a fire truck or not.
as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with their can please, is that correct?
Yeah.
And
okay.
Where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
Okay, now remember, 7:02 a.m., Lank is back outside because they're fucking around with this, crime scene tape, just so you know. So they're trying to say that this happened between that time frame of 6:47 and 7 o'clock. She says that it was for 45 fucking minutes.
And
They never went in then.
without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
45 minutes, you guys. 45 minutes. This didn't go on for 45 minutes.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband?
Do you remember what the cops testified to? That it was so brief. It was brief. I think I was in there 10 or 15 minutes. Remember? Like, it was just quick. 45 minutes. This is great.
Husbands or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation and tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. You know, I'm asking Jennifer, like, you know, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
So my question right there is, okay, when the cops leave, are you talking about after that 45 minutes? Like, what are you referring to the 45 minutes when they came at 9 o'clock? Listen, let's continue to see where she's going with this.
Your Honor, as far as may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Fucking A, man. Approach about what?
It was around 6:30. I'm not really sure of the specifics.
Okay.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Carrie, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he...
See, right there proves the timeline that she's talking about. Because Carrie Roberts, if she's giving updates on how John's doing, by 7:50, John is pronounced dead. God, they are such fucking liars. This is sick. This is so crazy.
He was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway and I saw her get out and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was.
Who leaves the car unlocked, right? Because you guys leave your houses unlocked and you leave your cars unlocked. Okay. Oh, God, I just want to be on that defense team so I could have been like, okay, when she's going to talk about this unlockage, she mentions this, okay, so you leave your car unlocked as well. We leave our car. Everybody go rob these motherfuckers. Lana, do you think the feds will ever go after any of these people? I don't think the feds would be doing and having a grand jury, like doing all of this stuff. I mean, I don't think they're doing this for funsies, you know? I don't think they're doing this for funsies. I mean, I would hope to God that these people have an attorney. Okay. I hope to God these people have an attorney. But I mean, she's just trying to remember, you know, it's wild. I don't know.
It was because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, oh.
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave. And I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, you're
Okay, so all of these people could have invoked their Fifth Amendment. So I'm curious to know. That's why I said, like, I know that Brian Albert had an attorney because they were fighting, giving their phones over and all of that stuff, but they were acting like they weren't. Like, we have nothing to hide, but why the fuck are you going to go on my phones and blah, blah, blah. Oh, because doing a proper investigation, that should have happened from jump. So now we got to work backwards. That's why we want your phones. Because we're going to clear people the right way. Okay. But I wouldn't be saying, I'd be like, I don't want to testify. And so why can't I plead the Fifth? Well, it's going to be like, you have something to hide, which what? Gets Karen Reed off? But it also keeps me, then that's fine. You guys should have done a better job and have a better case than you need to get anything out of me. I plead the Fifth because I was just asked to I said there's a federal, I'm under the impression there's some federal investigation. So I'm pleading the Fifth and y'all can suck my tits. Because I have that right to remain silent. I don't have to talk. I can invoke my Fifth Amendment. And what does it do? Well, I don't give a shit if it looks bad for your case. I don't give a fuck about your case. Fuck your case. Okay? So Karen Reed gets off because you guys, oh, well, get it through somebody else. You're not getting it through me. I'm just going to plead the Fifth. I'm going to plead the Fifth. Yeah, but listen, guys, it doesn't matter if it makes them look guilty. That means that nothing that it can't be used against you. Who cares if I look guilty? They will have to come and arrest me. And what, you're going to charge me for the crime now? You couldn't get Karen Reed. Now you're going to come and charge me. That's not going to happen. But I'll be damned if I'm going to say anything, but then Karen walks. But if it's to me, I wouldn't care if Karen walked. I got no issues with Karen. What's my problem with Karen? That's how I should be with this woman. I would say, you make your case some other fucking way, but you call me, I'm telling you, I'm pleading the Fifth. Unless they were guaranteed some fucking privilege, but you're not getting any. The Fed, no, I wouldn't. I'm just saying, I wouldn't. Hell no. Make your case another way.
My sister-in-law Julie comes in the house.
Yes.
And if you know about how long.
If any of these people plead the Fifth, then Karen walks, right? That's what people think. They say, I don't remember, same as pleading the Fifth. I don't recall that. Can you rephrase that for me? I don't understand your question.
Was Julie at your house initially that long?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Ms. McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
All right, I want to see if she does not mention the Ford Edge on purpose. Here we go.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yep.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? Yep. But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yep.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No.
Okay, so there was 4 cars in the driveway that would have been her family's vehicles. Take a look. One, two, three. And from my understanding, now, I want to know whose SUV this is because the police believe that this was Matt McCabe's SUV. So you have 1 and 2. So where are your 2 other vehicles? You guys see that? This is going to be really, really huge. And they waited to call. I believe they're going to ask us. I believe they're going to show this to Brian Higgins. And Brian Higgins is going to be, that's why they didn't ask her any of this, so that he wouldn't have any heads up. But okay, so where are these vehicles? You said your garage is a cluttered fucking mess and nothing. What's in your garage? Are there vehicles in there? Because I'm under the impression that there's not vehicles in there. Okay. So what's going on here? Does anybody understand that? Like 1, 2, there should be, I mean, where are all these cars at? She said they parked the cars in garage because the storm was coming. Well, that's not what she said on, she said it was cluttered mess in there. Let's go back and take a look. We'll listen. She says, Proctor interviews. Brian Jr. left out, returned with Caitlin. 2 friends, Colin Albert. Okay, let's go to 356:18. Yeah, let's go to 356:18 really quick with the video.
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in.
How do you know that?
I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's bullshit. Okay. 3:35.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January?
3:35.
Utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
Or open the door for Officer Lang as he came into the house? What, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interview?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you?
2:22.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to
go out and do that. So he had
Right there. Right there.
drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall. And I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
7:30 or 8. The Waterfall has you getting there at 9. So what the fuck were you doing if she comes there at 7:30 or 8? Is it because she brought Colin Albert over there? And y'all were hanging out with Brian for a little bit before you guys went out?
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., with anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the Waterfall. When you get to the Waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just...
Wait a second. Julie says Nicole drove her to Waterfall. Okay, 50 mark. 50.
Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes,
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
correct,
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11, yep, around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes,
But Colin was not.
he was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct,
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
correct,
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home. Correct?
Yes,
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
that's the time I believe he did, yes.
Oh, that 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No,
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time, 12:10 a.m.?
no.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the Waterfall Bully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion of the 12.
Okay.
And they just have a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, got her. Hold on one second. Woohoo! All right, hang on. We have to go to the next day. Hold on one second. Because she testified both different days, so she's on. I gotta go to day 8. Give me my day 8 on this hoe. Your channel, day 8. There we go. Timestamp. 2:41.
And where did you live just prior to living on vacation?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Avenue?
Oh, I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
Okay. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Mr.
Yes.
live in relation?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there was two houses between John's house and.
Plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove.
Okay, right here.
Very, very close.
Same side of the street or?
No, opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else? Or?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian.
Boom.
I don't recall who else was in there.
Yay, Lana, you are so smart. She goes in there. She said Caitlin was in there. So how could Caitlin be at a table with Tristan at the Waterfall bar, like before them? Let's listen.
Your sister-in-law Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
She's ready to leave.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you were.
Come get Lana some loving. You guys just saw that, right? Woo! Well, hot damn, you got to be kidding me. I went there. I picked up my sister and Caitlin, and we left. And we went there to the Waterfall bar. Now, you guys just saw what the mom said, and the mom said that her sister came to pick her up because Tristan and Caitlin were already there at the Waterfall bar waiting for them, and they already had a table. Did you guys see that? So here you go. The sister here says, I was the one that drove that night. I came to pick up my sister, or I went to 34 Fairview to pick up my sister. I pick up my sister, but I just pick up my sister and I pick up my niece, Caitlin. So here, listen to it again.
Initially made plans to go out to celebrate and end up coming.
Correct.
And
Very strange. Very strange.
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you.
49, 12, 48.
Plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece.
Okay.
And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian.
Okay. Did you guys just hear that? Okay. Then now let's go to today. Here she comes, a recording. Let's go to get back, y'all know me like that. We got today's, which is the 9th. Today is the 9th. Oh boy. Oh, I can't do that.
to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall on Mr. Higgins that you were Julie? How is she sort of related to you?
She's my...
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday. Maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday 28th, what if anything sort of changed?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, it doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going on Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up to the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And do you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And when you say John, who's John?
John O Keefe. She came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball.
And as far as drinks were concerned,
my sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
and when your sister...
Gotcha, toe tagging. There it is. I believe that that Kate and Tristan, they were already at a table. Now, why would you need to lie about that? There you go.
Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr. with anyone else. Were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drink, were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with
Boom, right there. That was not the question. This is why I'm saying the worst person that a prosecution would ever want was a blabber. Listen to this. One more time.
Over to the high top table, if anyone else came in to join you.
Please.
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in.
That was too far.
She came in with another couple. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., with anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there, so we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yeah.
Was there any sort of live entertainment there? Yes. That's it. That's how you answer it. Yes. Period. Now listen to what she says. Was there any sort of live entertainment there? How come live entertainment takes her here? Ready?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planning to go home and just sleep, take a nap because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after.
So she had to say all of that.
Jenny were moved over to the high top table. Who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in, I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else.
Okay, hold on. She says that she texted her sister to come there. And she said that she was somewhere else, probably at a basketball game.
Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here.
Oh, she was trying to get her to go. So Jen was somewhere else, that drunk boo. Jen McCabe was out somewhere else. And I think she was with her.
So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. Okay. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants.
I don't know, I'm tired of a long day. What are you talking about? That's what he said to his wife. Meanwhile, he goes out to a different bar. You guys hear this? Damn. No wonder he's. I'm kind of tired.
Wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So.
All right, maybe I'll pop in. They're trying to make it seem like it wasn't a big. We had no. Oh wow.
I believe after, so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple, and then Chris came in, and then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And
now watch and listen to this.
After your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And
now, that is completely different than what the sister recalls, meaning Julie. So let's go back to Julie. Julie says that Brian Alberts and Higgins came in together at 10 p.m. Let's go to Julie's. Julie said that at 2:41 mark. Okay. Hold on. 2:41. Yesterday's live. Okay.
We're going to be.
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the Waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the Waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
if you know approximately.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband, Christopher, comes over to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got?
Came in, yeah.
He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it, do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while
No claw. Here we go.
While you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, right? And
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband Christopher arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
So here her testimony is after.
They arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so you can
She's wrong. Colitis is.
Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew was at her.
They were separate.
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them. No.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
Basket, if they were like a.
Oh, that fucking matters. Jackass. Now going to the car situation. So the way that she said, she's like, yeah, Brian and Higgins. She didn't say specifically that they walked in necessarily hand in hand. But let's see. Oh, God. I'm ready to look at here. Yeah. 41. right there. Okay, here we go. Found it. Okay. Why? So the boyfriend came and picked her up at 2, and then dropped her off at his own home.
You get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area.
Wait, who had ordered food? Interesting.
Cleaning.
So there's a delivery driver.
Probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian.
Typically, is there sort of a order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car?
Okay, here we go.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the Waterfall to your house?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at your, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his 2 friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of a order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34th Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually people just didn't want to, it was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time?
A couple minutes, not even. Just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you?
So my son Brian and his 2 friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
Okay, where was Sarah's car? Where was Sarah's car? Sarah. Colin got dropped off.
Could you explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview? So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? or anything
No, it's
separate?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as the wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
Radio,
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And
Okay, so they're gonna have to explain this because they got back at 12:07, and then they're gonna have to explain if you didn't see Colin again the rest of the night because he left. Colin doesn't get home from his parents' own account until 12:45, based on her saying that he left, based on Brian Albert. But now Brian Albert and her right here, they didn't have time to, change anything up from Yannetti and Alan Jackson being able to pin them on this time of what time Colin came home. So now you're going to have to say this. Either Colin went somewhere before he came home after leaving there, or Colin didn't leave there until later. You know what I'm saying? And who's going to be the person that comes forward and says that who was driving Colin?
you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
So you checked the bathroom while your husband was in there taking a shit? Right there. So you checked the bathroom while your husband went in there and he was pissing or taking a shit.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Okay, so bathroom she went to go look in is the one that her husband, now she goes in the front door that's like the main front door. Her husband goes in the side front door. Okay, I would never hear such a thing why I would be going in that way and you'd be going in that way. Like,
do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
No, and now this is the story though. He was there. Okay. Now, according to her husband, we'll do it like this. Now, according to her hubby Pooh, he 549. Sorry, excuse me. 549.
general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what if any interactions happened?
Yes. And it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to?
He's in here somewhere.
So there you go. They're leaving.
You could just press play again for about 30 minutes, somewhat.
Okay.
Who was in your car with you on the drive back?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the Waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what if anything had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what if anything happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that. It had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out, so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the Waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven?
He was pulling out so that I could pull. Then why the fuck would he ever pull in? Watch this.
With you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving back?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the Waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So you need to ask him what vehicle he had at the fucking that hillside.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed the plow of the driveway.
He didn't say anything about that, Lally. That's leading. That's leading as fuck where they just let him go. He didn't say anything about a plow and that he skimmed the driveway. Right there, he did not say anything like that. And now he's saying this. And he's saying that who the fuck is going to plow when there's all these cars in the driveway? Nobody plows when there's cars in the driveway. Okay, construction people don't do that shit. So here, hold on one more time. I want to play that. Why does Lally want this so bad? Lally wants this so fucking bad. And it's because if there's not snow underneath these fucking cars.
He was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the Waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
You said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time of January 22, between yourself, the wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had
All right, guys. That's interesting that Lally wants that. That's something interesting and very, very, because he did not say plowing anything. Never said that. And he said, you were saying something about plowing the driveway? No, bitch, we weren't. We appreciate you guys. TNT loves you. Over and out. Thank you for the mods. Any of our bingo winners, make sure you guys always email us, and then we do our cash apping. Woo, woo. Mwah. Much love. Again, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Higgins had a plow he traveled with. He just has a plow. He switched cars, Yeah. Perry, you're right. The cross-examination is going to be historic. They're going to need about 40 pairs of handcuffs for all these clowns involved and what they've done to that town and John's family. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. Peace out, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Thank you for all the super chatters. Jalatina. Wow, kiddo. I went and did 2 jobs, got back. Yep. There you go. Just working hard over here. Oh my God. I can't wait till Monday. Yes, me too. Me too there, Sassy Hound 100. Wasn't it Nicole who referred to dog as it? But everybody did. Everybody that talked about the dog referred to the dog as it. Fucking sick. All right, guys. Keep on keeping on. And they're just lying. They are lying for days up there. Love you there, relaxing North Idaho. Love ya. Call me. Peace. Bye.